Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, January the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the trading room. Thank you, William. A couple of yeses, and I got them. You can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, let's take a look what's happening this morning. So crypto is the word. BITO, guys, BITO. Take a look at crypto. So there's the ETF. There's no point going over every single crypto play. You see them a lot here: BTCM, ARPK, BTBT, some of the smaller ones. Take a look at SI, see what it is doing. SI, yeah, SI having a nice. So this is going to be really interesting because the high on Thursday looks like that was 1450. The high on Friday was 1450. Sorry, the high on Thursday was 1463 and then 1450 on Friday. You can kind of see if it can take that level out. It's got a lot of room. The next high is $22. So if crypto keeps, and this is, I don't know how specifically a crypto play this is, but it certainly has been tied to crypto. Take a look at Mara. We see that on the, yeah, there's Mara. And just as I'm speaking about SI, it's starting to run a little bit here. Morning, YouTubers. So what else is happening? So this EDSA had quite a ride, guys. EDSA had quite a ride. First, it gapped up on that news. Phase 2 results got up to 351, and then it just cratered. DCFC. Now this had a pullback, but it looked like it's. See if it's right back to the pre-market highs. DCFC. Yeah, kind of back to the pre-market highs. 230 was the pre-market high. You can see what it did. It had some news also. They say they received record orders worth $195 million in 2022. So it popped up to, got up to where? 218 and back down to 173. Low float. Actually, it's not a super low float. 34 million in the float. Out of Australia. Now, this is a potential buyout, okay? There's been an offer made by Emerson, EMR, for NATI, NATI. I guess that you can see what happened on Friday. I guess I don't recall if the rumor was out already on Friday, but you can see the stock was moving ahead of that, and then the rumor comes in. I shouldn't say rumor. I mean, it is a bid. They don't have to accept it, of course. All cash, $53 a share. I see. So on Tuesday made public its offer. So I guess they had privately made some offers, I guess. Anyway, there we have it. Take a look at EMR. Yeah, usually this is what happens. The acquiring company usually takes a bit of a hit. What's the volume like? Not tremendous volume. SVRE. See if it's still holding up. SVRE, SVRE. Yeah, I think they had some news, something to do with new collaboration with Coal Mobile, Israeli importer for Mercedes-Benz, etc., to equip vehicles with Saber One protection system. So that was their news. RBLX. Interesting news from them this morning. E-metrics. I'm just trying to find that headline that I saw. Releasing monthly metrics after. Come on. Okay, we'll stop releasing monthly metrics after March. Okay. Estimated bookings 430, 439. I guess that must be an increase in what analysts thought. Anyway, RBLX, big pop here, guys. 15%, big float, 418 million in the float. Mm, yeah, no kidding, an insane weekend. Over 20K now. And as you say, 21. So yeah, the Bitcoin plays, the crypto plays are certainly alive today and maybe for a while. So TGB is the trade of the week, guys. TGB is the trade of the week. Hopefully you got that email. TGB, the trade of the week, considered live at 185. Yeah, let's take a look. CLXT, very cheap one. CLXT, if you're into that, wow, 161% move. CLXT, 48-cent stock right now through the 200-day moving average. After the company and Cybus announced a definitive merger agreement, okay? Where I live, okay. NVCN, I'm not sure why I missed this one, but NVCN, excuse me, it's a big pop, 30%. Okay, so that's why. So Shockwave set to acquire it, $100 million deal. So that is the reason. Take a look at SWAV, see what impact that's had on their share price. SWAV, and as usual, big gap down. No, I shouldn't say as usual, but this happens. Used to happen all the time. The acquiring company would always take a hit. About sharing my pre-market actives. Yeah, just go to my homepage. Okay, give me a moment as I type it in so you can see what I'm looking at or what you should be looking at. Excuse me. So click on my homepage link. Scroll down until you see my scans. Click here. There are my scans. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay. So this SI guys now, this is really getting interesting. 1463 on Thursday was the high. It takes that out. A ton of room, 2242. Well, I just sent you the link, Spinity. I just sent you the link to my homepage, okay? And just have to go to my homepage, click on my link, go to my homepage, and then go to the scan section. Okay, go down to the go down to the scan section, and there's the link right there. Act is up, pre-market act is down, okay? Well, guys, okay, there's SI. SI now above that Thursday high. This could be the really interesting one because of the gap. All right, 9:10. Let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Hasn't hit my email yet. Boy, guys, SI is just ripping here now. SI is just ripping. Any sort of a pullback, especially if it, well, it may not pull back at all, but if it ever pulled back to say that 1463 level and then bounced off it, I mean, look at it go, guys. I'm not in it. I was hoping that it would not take out 1463 in the pre-market. And look at the stock, look at the market also. The market's putting in a little bit of a green candle. It was fading quite a bit, actually. Well, it was fading. Now it's putting in a green candle, the 9 to 9:15, 15-minute candle. So Spinity, were you able to load it? Boy, look at this SI go now, guys. Wow. This is actually an earnings play. I didn't even realize it. January 17th pre-market, actually an earnings play. Who cares? We report a net loss of $1 billion for the fourth quarter. Maybe, maybe they thought it was going to be more. I mean, that report came out early, guys. I mean, that came out at least. Well, it could have happened at looked like around 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock Eastern time. Really no effect. Definitely a delayed reaction to something. I mean, misses Q4 earnings and revenue estimates. So DCFC, guys, DCFC is kind of holding over that 2 level. Take a look left to see where it could go. Looks like the next high is 242 on the weekly chart. It got up to 220. Here NATI, a little bit of a pop here. Again, this is the potential buyout. Not shortable for me, BBAI, not shortable for me after they had their big big earnings release, not an earnings release, it's just a big PR about some big contract, I think, but it's sunk since then. EDU, let's take a look at some of the other China education stocks. Actually, let's take a look at China in general. Indicated that they've, for the first time in decades, their birth rate has gone down. Their population is decreasing, something like that. Excuse me. So that was for China. All right, let's see if that email has hit my in basket yet. Yes, here it is. So let's see if there's any. Wow, nah, it's impossible. There's just too many guys. So I'm just going to forego it. I mean, there's just too many upgrades and downgrades. Just going to forego it. I want to see if there's anything maybe from Goldman that might be interesting. Yeah, I don't see anything interesting on the upgrade side. And as I say, there are just a ton of downgrades. Probably the biggest list I've seen, maybe ever. I'm here in CLXT guy. Oh, that's that one that's doing a merger, cheap one. Actually, I don't see anything from Goldman this morning. Doesn't mean they don't have it, just that briefing.com has nothing from them in their database. But yeah, I just don't see, there's no point in trying to get them all in. Hey guys, so that SI is still strong, guys. SI is still pretty strong. You got to wonder if that headline, though, starts to really get people in the mood to sell it. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening, the major sectors. I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, dock channel bar, click on show more. Then I'll get to my sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's XLE, the major sector for energy. Give me a moment as I just top up my mug. So there's XLE, that's a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 100% in green, that means every single stock that makes up XLE is above Friday's close. Okay. So when we start looking at the other sectors, we really don't see any other strong sector. Okay. Nothing is, in the 70 to 80% other than energy. Of course, this can all change once the market opens, but right now, energy is the place to be. Always like to check out that 200-day moving average. Again, energy is still strong. Remember we had that bit of a nervy couple of days as it was approaching that 200-day moving average, but since the January 4th, it's basically had a bit of a run up, moving again away from that 200-day moving average. Fetch, I hear just popping in, guys. FTCH. Might have some room here. Yeah, so right at $6, 607 and 604 and 613. Those are the two highs looking left. So we're pretty close to that at 593. If it can take that out, boy, it's got a lot of room. 890 is the next high after that. So definitely keep an eye on Fetch if there's any specific news. FTCH. I mean, it's only up 3.4%, but it has an interesting look if it can take out that six. So what I'm going to do is stick price alert around 611 and see if that happens later on. Look at financials. Yeah, another one that precariously, very precarious a few days ago. Looked like he was really going to break down through that 200-day, but kind of held and moving away from it. XLC, which has been creeping towards it. This has been the beaten up sector. Yeah, it keeps creeping up towards it, guys. XLC, there's the communications ETF. Let's take a look at XLK, technology ETF. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these companies, even though it's amazing, every day I take a look at the upgrades and downgrades, way more downgrades than upgrades. But the market is definitely for a lot of these major sectors that have been underneath the 200-day, starting to, creep, every day a little bit closer. Why do I keep talking about the 200-day? It's probably the single most followed technical indicator out there. I still strong, guys, making new high after new high in the pre-market. Again, guys, this is a buyout. NVCN is a buyout. Wow, SI just continues, guys. So it looks like the China is not in play today. Well, it's in play on the downside today, so far anyway. I'm just hearing some more China stocks making new lows in the pre-market. Look at the market, guys. Yeah, wow. The SPY now almost neutral, just about at Friday's close. Yeah, this DCFC, I forgot now. Where are the highs? Yeah, we got a high of 230 and then 240. Lots of potential resistance for DCFC. Not that far away, in my opinion. But the news, obviously it looks pretty good. It's the eye-catching 195 million. All right, guys. So SI for me is obviously I've got to keep watching it. I just wish it would pull back a bit, but it just may not do it. Look at that gap. Wow, 2208, 2208 is the next high on the daily chart. Wow, look at this market. Market is just in rip mode right now. Another 400 challenge coming up. Oh, you're right, 29. Okay, guys, so the market's going to open in less than a minute, about 40 seconds from now. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to get rid of this. Get set for the open. Typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Like to see things settle down just a little bit. All right, we're open in 3, 2, 1. Bingo. Let's go, guys. Let's see what happens here. So there's the RBLX. Take a look at SI, see if it pulls back at all. All right, so Infi had earnings on the 12th, fairly recently, I guess, on the 12th. It's had a, bad, but the 200-day moving average is too close. And that was for the INFY. All right, so it looks like DCFC doesn't look that good now, guys. All right, I'm not getting any alerts coming in. Yeah, Blue Apron, I'm just not that interested in. It had a, you know, pre, it did, you know, I think at the pre-market on Friday, it really ripped higher. And I think when the market opened, it got up to 130 and then it just went back right down to $1. Basically sank most of the day. It's a meme stock, with that big short float percent. Look at XPAV, guys. XPAV, boy, this is next low looking left is 923. Is that right? Yeah, so we've got room. 853 is the next low looking left for XPAV. 853, next low looking left. But it's early. Again, it is early. And XPeng cuts prices on most models following Tesla. All right, memers, GME just broke over 21. And was the high on Friday was 21.11, so it's getting close to that high. Or some of the other areas of interest. It looks like 21.44 would be another level, and then 22. I mean, look, if this is a trade, don't buy into the theory that there's a quadrillion shorts out there, but just a trade. Emer's got a hold of this one. Ah, yes, this one, TCBP. Got all the way up to almost $10 on Friday, closed down here at 440 or so. Trying to make another little move here, TCBP. Now this is a strategic collaboration with to advance gamma delta T cells in oncology with the University of Texas. Okay. So there's a little bit of news for TCBP. Of course, a crazy, crazy low float, 680,000 in the float. There's Novavax, guys. NVAX. It kicked a bit here. The low yesterday, or Friday, was 1158. So it's got about 50 cents to that low. SPY now just went positive, or was positive, is positive. ZIM on the move, big, a little pop here, actually pretty big, 17 to 1767. Will it hold though? And let's take a look left, 1750, 1814 is the next high looking left, it looks like. Where's that IM? Hmm. SI is starting to fade a little bit here, guys. SI is starting to fade. At a high of 17 or so. VLCN halted. VLCN is halted. Low float, 17 million. Announces 2023 roadmap, vehicle roadmap. Okay, so it's not halted for news. It's halted because of volatility. But I guess with that headline came the volatility through the 200-day moving average. VLCN. Ooh, PJ, you say you're long EH. I hope you're not long now. Depends where your stop is, of course, but just looking, this is showing up on my movers to the downside. Okay, MGOL got halted and it just resumed, but it had a pretty big pullback from 714, yeah, down to 525 from the high in the pre-market. But it is moving now. MGOL, of course, it started trading on Friday. There's another one, guys. QS has got some room underneath too. Look at QS, and the low on Friday was 737, starting to fade a little bit here. Not a low float, quarter of a billion in the float. See if there's any specific news for this one. This is a short float, big high short float percent. Surprised this. I guess this was, you could call this a meme stock. I don't really recall it being mentioned as one, but no doubt. I mean, look at this. What a great 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 day run it had. A cut. Well, I know HUD is. I mean, most of the cryptos are they still? Yeah, I mean it's up, but most of the cryptos are. You know, pick a crypto really. I mean, they're all probably doing this. No, RBLX guys, RBLX is fading a bit here. RBLX is fading a bit. Actually, it's a pretty big fade, 38 down to 36, 37. Well, I should say this. The high was 39.63, so now it is almost dropped $3 from the pre-market high, RBLX. ALGS, didn't really see this one in the pre-market. Up 25% now, 27 million in the float. Okay, so Piper Sandler is maintaining coverage with a price target of 7. Why not? You're at $2. Why not put a price? Oh, look at that. Look at that candle now, guys. That was a nice big green candle to start. A lot of selling coming in now, though. And that opening 15-minute SPY candle. Wow, keep an eye on the ALGS, guys, for sure. I mean, this is Piper Sandler putting in seven, was it a $7 or $8 price target? $7 price target on them, $2 stock right now. So next high looking left. Yeah, it looks like about 226 on the weekly chart. Let's see how well it holds too. ALGS, going to keep holding this. And well, I should say can't, but it's not. Doesn't look like it. You just had a big drop underneath too. I was hoping, and I'm waiting for 945. I was hoping it would hold over two and then start to run from there. Hey, reclaiming two guys, ALGS for a while anyway. Wow, what a choppy start to the day. Look at this big topping tail on the SPY and a big bottoming tail on the SPY. That first 15-minute candle. Okay, continue to watch. I'm going to just stick an alert above two to see if it takes out two again, ALGS. Well, guys, okay, SIA, giving it up. Yeah, the big high of 17 back down, dropped about $1.50. Well, choppy, guys, real choppy now. A lot of volume came into SYAD, 4.2 million shares on that opening 15, just about closed. This will easily trade the float today. Did not see this one. Well, no, I didn't see this one in the pre-market. I know it spiked up here. The time I was looking at it, it was probably down here. SYAD. See if there's any specific news for it. Can't see any. Can't see any specific news for CYAD. This one can be kind of whippy. Half a billion in the float, CLF. I find that this one can kind of be all over the place. Now, TGB is the trade of the week. Did it trigger? It did not trigger. Okay, the trigger is 185, so it did not trigger. BTCM on the move, guys. Of course, Bitcoin play. So SI is a Bitcoin play, but that headline, it's so eye-catching. Losing $1 billion. I know it's a Bitcoin play and it ran, but losing $1 billion. Yeah, super cheap one, guys. ASXC. It's had a nice 2-day run now from 45 to 70 cents. SOXL, that's an ETF though, right? SOXL. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't trade ETFs, but it's from our YouTube room, SOXL. All right, CRK, guys. CRK, a gap up and now a reversal of sorts. Well, it's got room. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's got some room. The next high is 14. Okay, there's a ALGS right back over 2, guys. So let's keep a close eye on that one now. Got up to 214. SI just really, really fading now. SI is really fading. Let's see if it holds at 1463, which was what I thought was the key to get over, which it did. 1463, 1450. Those are the two lows looking left. Keep an eye on the ALGS, guys. ALGS reclaimed 2. If it gets at the 210, 212 area, it could start to run again. It's a pretty big pullback. 212 back down to 186. Percentage basis, that's a pretty big pullback. Look at this. Wow, that first 15-minute SPY candle. Huge topping tail, huge bottoming tail. Another huge topping tail right now. We're 9 minutes left in this one. Okay, GME back over 21. It had another big pullback, got up to 21.12, pulled back, 2061. Wow, EH got some room underneath. And hopefully, PJ, you're still not in this one. EH has got some room underneath. 1291 is the next low looking left. Well, watching each, I'm watching actually looking at a short now for EH, guys, just because of the underneath the gap underneath here, 13. See if it rests a little bit. Take a look. I got to keep looking at KWEB, KWEB, and it's doing the same thing. So it's going to follow the ETF for China pretty closely. EH. I'm looking at EH. But you have to have KWEB up and running at the same time. KWEB. I'm looking at EH. Just because underneath there's a huge gap, 1283 or so, $3. Or short KWEB, yeah. I mean, you can if you don't want to pick a single stock. I just happen to like the gap underneath. That okay, guys. I don't know what happened there. Scalp some out. I just about spit my coffee all over the place here. Um, with EH, I was trying to get some at 1565 and didn't get it, but I left it in and they filled me at 1565. And then I don't know if you guys saw that, it dropped immediately down to the 1540s and I just took some out and we'll see what happens with the rest. Oof, I was just talking about this CYAD. So this just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. When I'm back, keep an eye on the ALGS, guys. The ALGS inching its way up. All right. Well, it was short-lived with the EH, but it made a little bit. That was a surprising move, though, when it got into the 40s. ALGS, guys. ALGS. There's a high in the pre-market was two. Actually, this is the high in the pre-market was 212. It looks like so. It's approaching that high. ALGS, guys. Again, let's take a look left. Yeah, I mean 224 is the next high. If it can get through that, then 230, and then of course here's your fantasy level way up here around 3. If it can do it. Volume low, I don't know. For ALGS, it's 55 times normal, only 27 million in the float. It's easily going to trade, several million shares. So I don't know. That doesn't seem too low to me. And the volume is, you can just see right here, it's kicking in again. Yeah, I mean, the ALGS, I mean, I mean, the reason is, I mean, the $7 price target from 3 by Piper Sandler. Okay, I mean, that's the reason. I don't think there's any other news on this one, but, you know, Let me get back to my daily trade or my daily chart. Carvana looks interesting. Okay, let's take a look at it. I know, of course, meme stock last week. Let's take a look at CVNA. Pretty choppy though. I mean, you look at the pre-market. Look at all these highs up here and the big sell-off. So to me, it's pretty choppy, but never know. 844 is the next high looking left. If the memers still get a hold of it, obviously it does have some room. And ALGS starting to move, guys. 224, big area, big area. Give me a moment. I see that. Wow, look at the SPY guys. Now there's a move. Let's see if it gets to that 400. There is a move. Now, will it last? Or are we going to get another big giant topping tail? All right, so CYAD got halted at 210, resumed at 193. CYAD still looks relatively strong. 16 million in the float. CYAD. Okay, memers back on board with the BBBY. 522 is the next high looking left. Oh, we're probably seeing some a lot of gap down and reversals. Look at this market. Look at this 399.89. See if it gets back up to 4. So probably a lot of the China stocks, KWEB, take a look at KWEB. Yeah, China stocks are bouncing a little bit, a little bit. Yeah, it's not available to short at all at Interactive Brokers, BBBY. How about you, William? You allowed to short it? I mean, it's the big red dot, at Interactive Brokers. So it's not just a matter of, well, if we can find a locate for you, we'll let you know. This is a big, you cannot short this. Well, the gap down wasn't that legal. He's saying my favorite day. The gap down wasn't that severe though. My favorite day is when you have a big gap down in the market, pre-market, and then you have a rally. It doesn't have to be the whole day, but give me an hour. All right, so this one is the potential buyout, okay? This one meaning NVCN is the potential buyout by Emerson, EMR. I'm sorry, I am completely wrong. It's another one I'm thinking of. Shockwave, that's right. Shockwave seeks to buy it. So it's an all cash deal, 27.25. So it's starting to drift back down to that price. So it's an all cash deal. Let's take a look at what SWAV is doing right now. SWAV, if it's still, yeah, it's trying to come back a little bit. Got as low as, wow, got actually a lot. And I don't know how many shares traded down here, but it got as low as 175, and it is tacked on $13 from that low. SWAV. ALGS, guys, really nice level that it just took out at 224, I think I said. All right, and it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout now too, guys. ALGS showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. And this is what I'm talking about, my 10-day daily breakout. Hey, late. I mean, well, you could call it late, 220. Didn't meet the filter requirements until 220 at 10:01. Of course, it's winning races. It's winning this race right now. Yeah, Carvana, CVNA, no question. I mean, there's the what did I say? The next high was 844. Great, great pop. Just be careful. This is shortable for me too. 782,000 shares available. I guess it didn't trigger for you, Shady, right? You said over 193 or so, I think, for the DCFC. Yeah, this is just messy, very messy. DCFC. Knop. Let's take a look at Knop. KNOP. Yeah, so that would be a lifetime low, I guess, right? That 581 looks like that's the lifetime low. I wonder how dynamic it's going to be. No TV, no TV. This was a beauty on last week, really. It was just a beauty last week. And it still has the room, look left, 1538 is the high. We're going to get to in the pre-market, got up to 880 in the pre-market. Look at this market soaring. It wants 400. I guess it just snuck above 400 briefly, the SPY. Let's take a look at SI as it tries to reclaim the VWAP. 1561 is the VWAP, so it has reclaimed it. All right, I have to look at this CYAD and just check to see where the next high is because pacing pretty nicely here. And then we look at the weekly chart. So of course, today it got up to 250 something. So if we can get close, 239, 283, looks like that's the next high in the weekly chart. So if it can start to move again, and of course take out today's high, the pre-market, wow, the pre-market high, that was 391. So that was way above this, 283. Volume is still good. Over the VWAP, 193, holding the VWAP. That's the CYAD. Yeah, these are just trades now, guys. Man, I mean, you got to be nimble. ALGS. Now it's right back down. Certainly not marrying these. I mean, it's beautiful. Got up to 241 and then boom, right back down. What I'm going to do is stick an alert around 221 again and see if it takes it out later on. So this is sort of slip sliding away a little bit here, guys. Oh, that's right. It's 2750, right? 2750 is the 2725. Sorry, yeah, 2725 is the potential buyout for NVCN. So it is starting to drift down towards that. Oh, look at this one, ATXI. I didn't see this one in the pre-market. Didn't see it because it didn't do anything really in the pre-market. Market opens. Wow, look at this move. 4 million in the float. Any news on this one? ATXI. What a move. From $1.30 all the way up to 182. That's a tremendous percentage move. Um, this is shortable for me. This is shortable for me. Not that I would have liked to have seen it a little earlier. Any news on this one, ATXI? I don't see any. The next high after that was around 2. All right, EH back down again, guys. EH back down. So it's not really following the market. EH is not following the market. So do I want to reshort this? Pretty whippy. 34 million in the float. Man, I saw this ZIM earlier. ZIM. Didn't get the EH. I did not take the EH this time. Look at the room it's got. Well, okay, guys. I mean, there's the Bed Bath and Beyond BBBY over 4. Looking left, the next high is 527. So I mean, it's obviously got room. Meme stock. That's all it is. It's just a meme stock, guys. So there's no real reason why this is moving other than the fact that the memers have got a hold of it. I mean, bankruptcy still looms, and this is not a rumor. I mean, the company said as much. So this is not like spreading rumors about Bed Bath and Beyond. I mean, the company said as much. The company announced the closures along with third quarter results that miss analysts top and bottom just days after it said it may need to declare bankruptcy. So this is not. This is coming from the company directly. But it's a trade. It's a trade. I mean, that's what it is. It's a trade. Yeah, I know you're kidding, kind of. Somebody in their YouTube room. I don't discriminate. I don't discriminate against horrible companies. It's just a trade, guys. It's just a trade. You figure out a way to trade it, make some money, great. Certainly not, I'll use the term not marrying this stock ever. I'm not going to swing it or anything like that. That's me personally. Um, but yeah, I mean, on any given day, figure out a way to trade it. I mean, that's been a great move, 360 all the way up to 439. Great move. There's your Mr. Spy over 400 or touching 400. Okay, wish me luck, guys. I am going to try to do, no, I better not. Sometimes when I do a mass delete like that, something wacky happens to the program. So I'm going to leave them all in there. Nice call on the Silvergate, guys. Somebody mentioned that the SI was holding the VWAP for 1563. I did not take this one. It did hold the VWAP moving. So nice point out by somebody. I can't remember who that was. Speed dating. We're definitely speed dating most of these things. That's still a thing. I can't remember. That was a crazy, crazy thing a few years ago. Oh man, EH, what a great short that would have been. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to get this thing to load. DMTK, another one that just had a beautiful run. 11%. I don't know if this was a memer, but it had a great 5-day run from 2 to 546, approaching the 200-day moving average, though. Approaching the 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, DMTK. Not shortable for me because I'd be definitely interested to see what it does at that 200-day. It's amazing, when I'm looking at all the downgrades, and this market doesn't seem to care. All these downgrades by analysts, I couldn't even get that. I mean, there were a number of upgrades too, but I mean, the downgrade list was probably 2.5 times that size. I mean, it basically filled my whole monitor and more. Okay, that's how long that list was. That's why, I just didn't even bother putting it in. That's funny, William. Average hold time today has been 12 seconds. Well, that was me and the EH, to be honest. It was a little longer, but when I got into that EH at 15, whatever, 65, then it dropped into the 1540s almost immediately, and that was certainly within 7 seconds or 12 seconds. I sold a chunk and then it got back up to my buy or my short sell price, got rid of the rest there. But I hear you. Guys, this STN, the STNE has some room, I believe. Yeah, 10, I didn't see this. 1028 is the next high looking left. I thought it was going to be up here at 1073, STNE. Big float. I thought it had more room to run until it hit the next high on the daily chart, which, as you know, is what I always look at. KMX. Somebody, I think PJ posted that earlier today. Oh, CarMax. So that's why you were talking about KMX and and Carvana, I'm assuming when we are talking about Carvana, CVNA. Yeah, look at CarMax. Yeah, what a pretty big drop. Okay, the date continues with BBBY. If you took this one, guys, your next level or the next high looking left is 522. Well, guys, you may want to watch AMC, okay? This is lagging the most of the other meme stocks. Okay, so keep an eye on AMC. It's lagging, certainly lagging GME, certainly lagging BBBY. At some point, though, it might be some profit taking on those two, and because AMC is definitely lagging when it comes to the rest of the meme stocks. Now, it might be because, at daily, there's all sorts of what I consider little pockets of resistance. Yeah, keep an eye on this BIOR. I know it's an AI alert, a little bit choppy. 632, though, is the next high looking left. 632 is the next high looking left. Low float, 6.8 million in the float. Remember these days back here, a big day, and then a follow through. And this came from $2, and in basically 2 days, it got up to 777. Can't remember why. I don't know if they had specific news. Probably did, but what is this? This is a all right. So they had some kind of a oh, that's right. Received pre-IND feedback from the FDA. Okay, so that was their news, I guess, on that day. That's the wonder of the stock market, Rob. How SI can lose a billion and still be in play all morning is a wonder to me. And that is the wonder of the stock market. There's no accounting for things, really. Short float, of course. I mean, the memers are all over these short float percentages right now, and that's a huge one. And you think you're kidding, William, but you're right, probably. I mean, the $1 billion loss, maybe they were thinking, they, analysts or whoever, thinking it was going to be a lot more. What's a billion here and there? This is maybe an interesting one as a short, guys. RBOT 237. 236 is the next low looking left. And a nice little pop, continuation, but it's giving it up, starting to give it up. Not very, but yeah, the volume is kind of light though. It is 2.5 times normal, but it's kind of light overall. Spread's not bad though, 268, 269. UG, BIOR, UG. Yeah, too choppy, guys. Look at these topping tails. I mean, every time it pops up, the sellers knock it down. Not shortable for me, but the sellers, there's just some. Look at these topping tails. One, two, three, four, five in a row. Get a big chart up to see, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Clues here. Okay, so look at these topping tails. So there's that opening 15-minute candle for BIOR topping tail. So the buyers had it up to 511. Sellers knocked it down to 472. Buyers had it up here, 514. Sellers knocked it down again. Sellers again, buyers up at 525. Sellers knocked it down to 4, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, the buyers are just going to give up, at some point. Unless there's a major surge and it takes out maybe this 534 mark. But eventually, the buyers are going to give up. Now, there's no short selling for me anyway. There are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so I don't know how many brokerages have shorts available for BIOR. And 400 is sort of being rejected a little bit by the SPY. Okay, now SI looks like it's hovering on that VWAP. 1565, yeah, it's just hovering on the VWAP now, guys. I mean, if it took it out again, you'd have to think that there's going to be maybe some good selling taking place. I mean, it took it out earlier. I mean, it got down to 1460, which was that key level right here, that high. 1463 was the high on Friday. It touched it, but it did break down through the VWAP. Okay, I guess ALGS is a no-go again. But maybe it might, it reclaimed, I thought maybe we got up to this 214 mark. It might take out my price alert, which was around 220, but right now it's not. There's the VWAP 211, so it's below the VWAP now, ALGS. This is actually shortable for me also. I didn't realize that. Only 50,000 at Interactive Brokers, but it is shortable for me. Yeah, BBBY is still hanging in there though. It's probably the best meme play because of the potential gap fill. The other ones, GME has some resistance not that far away. Well, resistance highs, daily highs, not that far away. So, but this one you can just sort of see. And again, this is just a trade. If you take this one, just a trade. Ah, look at EH. Oh my goodness. Shoot, this would have been just an awesome short. I didn't. I took it the first time, and I don't know why I didn't take it the second time. All right, guys. Now GS is released tomorrow, right? January 17th. Oh, pre-market. So they released early. Okay, they actually released this morning. Okay, so there's Goldman Sachs. Yeah, boy, that's a big drop. 6%, 336 million in the float. That's a big drop. Surprised the market did this, with Goldman releasing that, and I'm sure the other banks are going to, what other banks release today? Morgan Stanley, maybe? Okay, so Goldman is kind of on its own, guys. Look at Morgan Stanley, MS. I mean, Goldman is really, I didn't look at that, at their earnings release in any great detail, but certainly Morgan Stanley is, how about JP Morgan? Did they release today too? So they released last week, but look at Morgan Stanley, MS, compared to Goldman Sachs, GS. All right, guys, so we still have that promo code, which is alive for 25% off. So I'm just going to start talking a little bit about trade ideas now in general. There you go, William. Thank you very much. Okay, that's a huge miss. All right, if you click on my homepage link, you will see this. Actually, be right at the top here. So that King 25 is still a valid promo code for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on the link, just want to show you what how much it costs, how much trade ideas this cost. So we have the four plans, the annual and monthly for premium and standard. So annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000 less the 25%. The big difference is the AI. Bit of a choppy day for it, but this BIOR, but it's very choppy. I'll go into the AI a little bit later. You don't have to take out an annual to begin. In fact, what I would do is I would take out a monthly. Make sure you want the program, okay? 118 for standard, 228 for premium, less the 25% for the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If you do take out a subscription today on a monthly, and then within 30 days you decide you'd like to have an annual, we will honor the 25%. And also, if you have a monthly subscription, currently have a monthly subscription, and you want to take advantage of that 25% and take out an annual, you can do so also, okay? See if this is working yet. Yes, it is, okay. Okay, so if you do take out a subscription, please do this, so let's get started. It'll run you through your first download or your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes. BTCM guys on the move. BTCM on the move. We do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This is free also. Trade of the week this week is TGB, a metals play, I think. TGB or commodity play. Yeah, metals play, and it is not triggered. The trigger was 185, so it got up to 183, so it did not trigger. If you get the email, you know what I'm talking about. The suggested entry was 185, but it did not trigger at 185. So to see what happens later on. Education, big education link there. Here's our user guide. So there's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stock racing, okay? You can look at other aspects of our user guide later on if you want, but I think these are the key things to get to understand. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support. So today is Tuesday. So should be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And again, it is Tuesday, so it is Michael's turn. I will verify that before I take my break, and I will put the YouTube link in our Discord and our pro rooms before I do take my break. So you can head over and listen to Michael for an hour if you want. More educational videos about trade ideas are here. And I was just talking about Michael. Michael put, I think this is, I think I got this. I'm not sure if Rudy changed this. Hmm. Okay. This, I don't think he changed it. I think there was a miscommunication. Sorry. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So yeah, I'm sorry. I thought this was changed, but it's not changed. So I want the one that he created that takes his wife through how to trade, like right from A to B or A to Z. Sorry. Okay. So next on my homepage, here are the scans. Whoops. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Again, you have to scroll down, okay? You have to scroll down. You click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down, and then here are the scans that I'm sharing. What I use in the pre-market actives up and down. These are the two races that you see. I'm definitely going to be paying a lot of attention going forward to my gap continuation or reverse now that we're getting back into earning season. The upside movers and downside movers, versus I really like this one also. But here are the scans that I am sharing. So if you decide to take out a link, appreciate it if you do use my homepage and then click on that link right there with that promo code, the King 25. This is a free room. The room does get credit then, and I get credit also. Okay, so appreciate, and also saving my link allows you to look at my scans anytime and that big education section. What I try to do in the education section is sort of amass what I think is probably the most important aspects of our homepage, the Trade Ideas homepage, with one link. Okay. Hey, SI held that VWAP really, didn't it? Look at that. I mean, it touched it a couple of times and it held and came off it. I mean, this wasn't easy. I mean, look at this BIOR, guys. Was not easy. I mean, it actually popped all the way up to 586 and pulled back. Boy, look at this. Look at this DMTK coming right into the 200-day moving average. Keep looking to see if there's shorts becoming available. Interactive brokers, not yet anyway. Oh, guys, what a tremendous short that would have been. Once that initial pop-up happened, look at this, 1283, it still has a dollar. I'm not saying, take this trade now because it has a dollar when you look left, but wow. Well, the best we can say about CYAD right now is that it's holding the VWAP. 199 is the VWAP, so it's just a little bit above the VWAP. It is on his bouncers, but let's see, what was the first alert? 1405. The next alert was at 1361. So, I mean, it did bounce on that second alert anyway. I mean, nine bounced also, but the first alert was at 1506 and then all the way down to 1467. And that's why it's difficult. Well, look at SI. I think SI is just making a new high, guys. I think it is almost high 1697. So what did it get up to? 1692. Whew. It takes out 17. I mean, it still has a ton of room. 2208 is the next high looking left. Oh, look at MTS, guys. MNTS. The next high looking left is 160. It's at 127 right now, holding the VWAP at 123. And this had a nice run. Not a crazy low float, 53 million in the float. G-Gal, guys. Boy, this one has just been on a tear. Argentinian bank. It's just been on a tear. I mean, steadily up for the last 2 weeks. That is GGAL. Well, it's a great bounce for EH if obviously that second alert was good. There's the second alert, 1361. There's your first alert at 1405. This is from Zach's RSI bounce, one of the scans I'm sharing. Yeah, look at SI now, guys. Yeah, this is really difficult. I mean, I'm going to keep waiting to see if it can take out the VWAP, 1578. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an alert around 1574 and see if it takes it out later. Oof, look at Vera here. Wow. Okay. Next high looking left, Vera, VERA. Next high looking left is 810. Boy, if this gets through 810, not necessarily today, but who knows, maybe tomorrow. I'm going to put an alert right there, price alert right there. Can't remember what happened here, but it obviously got absolutely kicked. I don't think it was an earnings play. Here, meaning on the 4th of January, just got absolutely destroyed. Another one that was active last week, Prax, PRAX, another one. But coming into the 200-day moving average, 415. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, that's right. A lot of shorts. 1.8 million. Yeah, it hasn't been easy, but the BTCM, another new high, BTCM, topping tail, bottoming tail, but well, depends where you put your stops, something like this. What's the float like? 10 million in the float. So it's a low float. Lots of volume coming in, pouring in. Here is another one, guys. Another one. Haven't seen this one for a while. I think this is I'm wrong. I thought it had something to do with Bitcoin, but anyway, SOS, great name. SOS. What a run it's been on. Haven't seen this one at all. Why? Because look at the volume as it was the run. I mean, it's only five. It doesn't trade that much, but what a run it's been on for 2 weeks from $3 to 8. This is, I mean, why I'm seeing it, it's probably showing up here, also showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. The new high for BTCM. How's BITO doing, the ETF? So BTCM is really kind of trading on its own, guys. It's a Bitcoin play, of course, but BITO you can just sort of see is stagnant. Look at what BTCM is really trading on its own. Another Argentinian stock, guys. Anybody know the ETF, the country ETF for Argentina? I mean, a lot of these Argentinian stocks are just doing really well over the last couple of weeks. Is it ARGT? Thank you. Yeah, look at this. I mean, look what's happened. It doesn't trade very much, so I mean, you can't really trade this ETF, but you can just sort of see, and this is what a lot of these Argentine stocks are doing. Look at the market now, guys. So had that little brief look at 400. All right, keep an eye on this THRX. Let's see the volume. I mean, it's not a huge volume. It's 10 times normal, but had a nice day on Friday. It's kind of basing at that 1224 level. Let's take a look on the weekly chart to see how much room it has. Yeah, so it looks like the next, well, it doesn't look like the next high on the weekly chart is 1237. After that, it is 1457. So you can kind of see that if it can get through that, what did it get up to today? It got up to 1248. Let's see if it can get back close to that again. I'm going to stick an alert around, price alert around 1240. See if it can take that out again. And then that 1257 is the next, but wow, if it can take out 1257, 1457 is the next high. Looking left on the weekly chart. So it definitely has some room. Which it came from a couple of weeks ago, came from $5. Never got into this one, BTCM. Wow. Any specific news on this? Okay, so it did have some specific news, such as it is launched its mining machines. So as opposed to a lot of the Bitcoiners that just kind of went up because Bitcoin surged over 20,000. I mean, this one is obviously profiting from that, but they also decided to put out a little bit of news. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, another attempt to get below the 200-day moving average for SI. There it is, 1579. Another attempt. Wow. Well, that took out that level I had easily. Then that's the THRX. I'm not in it. It's a very tough spread. 1267, 1290 right now. It's a very tough spread. And what I'm talking about, this is the bid ask, 1272, 1298 on the THRX. That, now it's tightening up a little bit, but that is from Interactive Brokers, okay? I should connect, and we'll see it also. There, guys, I'm just kind of scanning some of my thumbnail charts. What you're seeing here, by the way, this no TV, this is something demonstrating how you can take a trade in our simulator, and I didn't get out of it. I can't remember what day I took this at 7:19. Might have been Thursday, but it doesn't really matter when. Just demonstrating again, though, if you want to practice swing trading, you can do so using our simulator. If you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, well, it becomes a swing trade for you. Simulator, very easy to use. All right, I put a link called Brokerage Plus. And if you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interact or Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it, and how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. If you are new to trading, or if you want to, take a strategy that you're wondering about and practice, you can use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. So again, if you're new to trading and you don't even have a broker because you're undecided about who that broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. You need our standard service. And again, it uses our real-time data. Simple to use. The first thing you would do is click on New and then Brokerage Plus. When you do that, you'll get this window. You might have different columns for me, but this is all user defined. It should say not connected. If you look at the bid ask, right, there's a box and it should say not connected. If you can't see that box, it's, maybe because it's shrunk, your window is shrunk. Just have to grab the right-hand corner and pull it, okay? And then you'll see that not connected. All you have to do then is click on Sim underneath the Brokerage Plus. There are two options. Click on Sim for simulation. That'll change from not connected to account. Click on account, and then simulated trading default will pop up. Click on that. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. Now, typically what you do is you just click on an alert and the symbol will show up. I click on BTCM. You see how the symbol just shows up? Pick how many shares you want to trade. This is the bid ask. You can go in at the market or a limit. So let's try a short of SI. Let's do a couple hundred shares. Okay. Spread's not terrible. Well, it's not great, but anyway, I'm just going to click the sell button, send it. Now I'm in a short. Okay. 1535, I'm in a short. 1536, sorry, that's my entry. And let's see how it works. If I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the trade I want and I click flatten. That gets me out of the trade. Or I could get out of half my trade. These are just some very simple hotkeys. Or I could double my position. Of course, I could go down to the order box, excuse me, and pick the exact number of shares and the price I want to get at. These are just some simple ways to get in and out of trades. And you could put your stop at the VWAP as an example, or near the VWAP. That was sort of the idea of taking the trade below the VWAP, 1578. So, you could put your stop. Say I'll put it at 1580. I'm not going into, money management really right now, but I just want to show you because now it's minus $89. So if it hits the VWAP, takes me out, I'll lose $89 on this trade. This is ugly, guys. Is BIOR. Listen, if you got in at 515 or thereabouts, you had very difficult to trade though. You look at this and say, oh yeah, I could have got out at 589. Pretty difficult though. Take a short of GME. 100 shares, and we'll sell that. Below the whole number. Put a stop at the whole number. Just showing you how to do this, okay? Put stop just a little bit above the whole number. Wow, look at this market. Very schizo again, guys. I mean, what a run it had. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened at 10:30. Did some economic numbers come out at 10:30? But something happened at 10:30. Hello, Vancouverite. Yeah, welcome. Well, I don't know about Jim Cramer suggesting, and that's why it's happened, but nonetheless, all right, guys. Let's see. Let's see anything else interesting happening here. This DMTK continues. Well, there it is. I mean, I was waiting to see if it could take out the 200-day, and it's right at it. I was more interested in shorting this one if I'd had shorts available to see if it got close to that 200-day and drop. Just don't have shorts available. All right, so there's the SI. So just show you how you can get out of a trade. You can just flatten it, just highlight the trade you want, highlight it and flatten it. So I'm out of the trade. Ooh, look at Mara, man, oh man. I mean, so not all the Bitcoiners. I mean, BTCM really was trading on its own as a Bitcoin play or crypto play because the rest of them did not do this. Well, I shouldn't say all of them, but I mean, look at Mara and Riot and a lot of the other ones that people follow did not have this run like that. Oh, IQ. I saw this one really early. It was hanging right around that 570 mark, I thought, or 580 mark with a China stock. How's KWeb doing? IQ offering. Wow, did they ever raise a lot of money? $442 million dollars? Hmm. So it's got a weak China market today, plus the fact that it had a financing and at 590, so it's a little bit below that finance. They are raising a lot of money. Now, one of the things I like to have is this distance from the exit price. This tells me how good are your exits. I mean, it's one thing to buy a stock, but how well are you managing your exits? So what this is telling me right here, this minus 14, and it's fluctuating, of course, on the SI, is that where I got out, it is 15 cents below. Now, typically when you go long a stock, that's what you want to see, a nice big negative number. But of course, I was short this. So you would want to see a nice big positive number, which means where you covered your short, it rose above it, which is what you want, of course. Covering your short, you don't want it to be you don't want it to be too below like this one right now. I mean, it's only 11 cents. I think I explained that poorly. When you go long a stock, of course, and you sell it, what you're hoping for after you sell it is you'd like to see a nice drop in price because you can say to yourself, wow, glad I got out when I did. Okay, so that's what the distance exit price will show you. Again, in this particular case, though, because it was a short, you'd like to see a nice big positive number. Just a minute, guys. I'm just following a internal discussion. All right, CACO boom. Let's see what happened to CACO. Won the last race. Yeah, no kidding, boom. Wow, no kidding, boom. So the next high looking left, looks like 190 was it, and then 232 is the next high looking left for CACO. Show it up on the race. So it's an explanation about what the racing is all about. This particular race you see here, this is a pretty, can be a very volatile race. You can see some big percentage moves. So why are we seeing these stocks? Well, every race starts off from a top list window, okay? In this particular top list window, as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, is up at least 2% from yesterday's close, and is, well, you know what? I think let me just open it. I think it's 200,000 shares. Yeah, 200,000 shares. So if any stock meets these filter requirements, so between $1 and $50, 200,000 share minimum traded and up 2% from yesterday's close. So if any stock meets those requirements, those filter values, when the race starts, this is a 4-minute race. So we're almost 3 minutes into this 4-minute race. So what has happened is that this NVVE right now is winning a race, is winning that race. When the race starts, every stock starts off at the same starting position. And then the stock that is moving the most percentage wise, you'll see it, near the top of the leaderboard. And so again, NVV, it's only up a nickel, but it's a cheap stock. So, it's 4.5%. But sometimes you're going to see some pretty dramatic percentage increases, even on stocks that are, 10, 12, $15. And at the end of the race, there is a winner. And what's nice about that is that automatically a watch list is created for you, a top 10 watch list, which is created by the number of races that a stock has won over the course of the day. So CYAD, as an example, is in the number one position because it has won 7 races today. BTCM has won 4, etc., all the way down. Okay. So you might look at the CYAD and say, oh man, I missed it early, but maybe it's going to set up later on. We don't know. Okay, so you might look at that VWAP right there of 203. So maybe you put a price alert. Let me get where's the VWAP? 199. Okay, so I'll put a price alert, just maybe a 204. Okay, see if it takes out the VWAP later on in the day. That could be your style of trading. If you're interested in stocks that are near the VWAP and want to trade around it, that could be your style. That's why you've got to practice trading. Okay, if you start out, you don't know what your style is. So this automatically, again, creates a nice watch list for you. You can follow these stocks all day long. A stock that not, just because a stock hasn't won a race in a while doesn't mean it won't set up later on. See, I guess I should have kept that SI short. Now, this race over here is similar to this race. The race over here, meaning the large cap gainers from the open percent. I added a couple of filters though. I added a 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum of 50 in the float. So you will see, I mean, the stocks are still very interesting to look at here. You're just not going to see the big percentage moves typically. But it doesn't mean, look at Pac B. Let's take a look at it. What is it doing? Could be interesting. It's sort of basing a little bit. Maybe if it takes out this 1170 mark, maybe it keeps running. There's the VWAP. Maybe you want to put an alert near the VWAP and see if it pulls back towards it and bounces off it. Or maybe powers right through it, turns into a potential short. So if you're starting out trading, this is probably, even though there's no question, this is a more exciting race conditions, but they're a lot more volatile here. Okay, stocks can really move up and down very quickly. And I'm not saying stocks won't move up and down really quickly here, but not as many for sure. You just don't get the big percentage moves. So here's that BTCM again. It's moved since the race started. It's moved 4%. Now, people ask, well, how do you use it to trade? Well, you don't have, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over. Okay. If you see a stock starting to move up, especially if it's a stock, if you follow this closely enough, if you see a stock that you haven't seen before, you can quickly look to see on the top 10 list. Some stock could be just moving and moving. Click on it, see what it's doing. You don't have to wait for a race to be over or for it to be at the top. Just click on it and see what the heck it's doing. Okay. Here's the RBLX. Very, very active in the pre-market. It's pulled back. It's just underneath the VWAP, 3713. Argument to be made that if it gives up, right there, that 3657 level, I'm going to stick a price alert right there. If it gives that up on the downside, and I'm going to stick an alert on the top of the VWAP about 3721. So basically, I've bracketed this area, and so we'll see what happens one way or the other. I don't think it's going to stay here all day. I think it'll break out either to the downside or to the upside. So stick some price alerts there, and now you're prepared. That's what I'm saying. You can take a look at this list and start to, put price alerts in different areas. And the beauty of this is that it gets you to concentrate on just a few stocks. One of the biggest problems I think people have is not knowing where to look. You've got all sorts of alerts coming at you, flying at you, and you wonder, well, how am I going to concentrate? Which ones do I really pay attention to? Well, that's why this top 10 list has been created for you. Yeah, GME is getting close. I want to keep that stop in there. Okay, getting close to the stop price, 2101 or 2105. Just want to show you how it works. Hey guys, I'm just following. It should have taken me out, or it's getting very close to taking me out of this trade. There we go. So see how it worked? I had that exit price at 21.05, and then it took me out of the GME trade. Okay, that was a short. Another thing to have is the today's P&L and your max P&L. So when I was in this trade on the short for GME, the max I could have made was $9.50. Okay, and when I exited, I was out $23. Obviously, not a big deal. But what you would not want to see is, let's just say, for instance, the max P&L had it at one time been $500 or something, and then you exit for a loss. Obviously, not managing your exits very well. Okay, so I like to have these, well, obviously the today P&L and L and the max P&L and this distance from the exit price. So just practice trading, guys. Practice, practice, practice. Do not start trading unless you can, unless you practice in a simulator and you can make money in a simulator. You know, it could take you 3 months, it could take you 6 months, it could take you a year of practicing before you actually start to trade. I know that's not what most people want to hear. But remember, the company is called Trade Ideas. It's not that so when you construct your own scanners or use the scanners that I have or the scanners that we have in our channel bar, all they are ideas. You still have to have a basis for trading them. And unfortunately, though, even if you can make money in a simulator, it does not absolutely translate to making money when you start trading live, because trading live is a different animal. All sorts of emotion comes in. When you're in a simulator, no problem getting out of trades, with a loss, no problem. It's just play money, so who cares, right? But when you are trading live, now, even though you have the best intentions of obeying your stop, you've practiced, putting stops in and all that, and you've obeyed them in a simulator. Sometimes, though, it's really hard once you start trading live. You cannot believe a trade is working against you. So, it's human nature. Trust me, it's human nature, and you're going to do it. Hopefully, though, you don't destroy your account by ignoring stop after stop after stop and just getting wiped out. Now, if you keep getting into trades and you keep getting stopped out, obviously you have to, take a look at why you're getting into these trades. What made you get into that trade? Why was that entry that price so important for you to get into that trade? Keep an eye on the RBLX, guys. RBLX. It looks like it may want to take out the high of that channel that I put in. Around 37.30 or so. So it's trying to maybe move up. Remember, it got as high as 39.71 in the pre-market. Okay, it's getting close. And that's the VWAP, 37.13. So it's a little bit above the VWAP. So let's just take it in the simulator, okay? Let's just do it. Let's take 300 shares, buy it, send it. And let's put our stop at 37. So it's underneath the VWAP, not by much. Now you can always exit a trade, of course, before it hits your stop. My stops are the worst I want to do on a trade. Okay. And I always risk about the same amount every single trade. So I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. Now I haven't gone over specific money management in here because what I would have done is taken a certain number of shares so that I would have risked $100 on the trade. Okay, I like to demonstrate $100, but but the way I trade is that, yeah, I have a stop. That's the worst I want to do on the trade. But if I don't like the way it's trading, maybe the market conditions turned or something like that. I don't like the way it's trading and it starts drifting down towards my stop. I can always get out before my stop, of course. But so my stop price is the absolute worst I want to do on a trade. That's how I trade. All right, guys, we're getting close. Wow, almost noon. So we're getting close to when I take my break. I'm just going to make sure it is Michael. Smith, are you in our YouTube room just by chance? Do other trade ideas traders have channel services like Mr. Michael? Not that I'm aware of, but well, wiped out my account once, but I didn't start very big. I mean that's so have to temper it with that, and not like I took everything I had in the world and put it in and lost it. Okay. So now this exit on SI is looking worse and worse. It's 65 cents underneath, which again, remember, I am, this was a short. There are, so talking tomato, there are actually, we have a main room. I call it the main room because there are more traders there. You can always head over there if you want. I also have, we don't have too many traders in our Discord room, but I do monitor that also. But this is what I call the main room, the main trading room. You can always head over there if you want. This is what it looks like. There are more traders in here. Oh, I don't think I said it got wiped out trading the first minutes. What would happen is I was constantly losing by taking trades in the first 15 minutes. Okay, so I just stopped doing that. It wasn't that I got wiped out. All right, guys, I've just confirmed that it will be Michael Noss in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. This is a classic gap up and reverse. This is one of the scans I'm sharing, guys. A gap up, so gapped up and reversed. Not all at once, of course, but I don't know when the first alert would have happened with that one. It could have been here at 1462. One of the reasons is that it has to take out the low of the day. So why was I thinking, why is this so late? But it has to take out the low of the day for it to appear. Other filters, of course, but if I want to get out of this, again, RBLX, I just flatten it, just highlight the trade, flatten it. Okay. If Major's in the room, this is really very snappy now. Okay. When I say that, this last build, I don't know if you guys are seeing the same thing, but now getting in and out of trades in the simulator, it's like instant now. So now I watch this distance from the exit price, okay? Now what I want to see is a nice big negative number. Wow, look at ATER, guys. ATER, 41%. I saw this in the pre-market, but it hadn't run that much. And now, I mean, this came from 96 cents close approximately on Friday. And now just a nice big run here. This is shortable for me. So let's see if this can sustain itself. The market is not that this is following the market, but market is now putting in another nice little bounce here. Just checking some of these ones from the top 10 list in the large cap gainers from the open. Here's another one, guys. I mean, here's your ZM. I mean, maybe it takes out the VWAP. The VWAP. What's the VWAP? 1762. So, let's put an alert just a little bit above it and see if it takes out the VWAP. I mean, it came right down through it, but maybe it pops above it, and if it holds, maybe it has another run in it. You can see SI. You see that VWAP once it tore through. I mean, it held a couple of times and popped, but once it really broke through, that was kind of it for it. Remember, the VWAP is at 1566. So you're talking about a dollar move. So guys, what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in. Michael is not there yet, but he will be probably in about 10 minutes, maybe a little less. You head over there and listen to Michael for an hour. All right, guys. Let's see. Well, there's the AMC. Again, it's been lagging the rest of the memers, really. But there it is now, taking out the VWAP. Anyway, 521 is the VWAP, so it's trying to take out the VWAP. Okay, guys, memers bouncing. BBBY. BBBY bouncing now. Okay, over the VWAP, held the VWAP. And this got up to what, 450 or so in the pre-market, not the pre-market, sorry, in the market hours, 450. Give me one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. All right, I'm just going to get my announcement in. Just waiting for Michael to show up. Yeah, boy, that's a tough one. CACO all the way up to 207, right back down to 150. I mean, these are big percentage moves. BBBY holding the VWAP, guys. BBBY holding that VWAP. Look at this drop in SI. I think that headline finally, I don't know what, somebody said there was a conference call, but I think that headline finally, you know, the $1 billion loss. Sure, it had this run. But that is a big loss, even if they expected maybe more. I mean, the analysts expected more. A headline like that, $1 billion loss. Michael, I hear you. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute myself in Discord and the other room and the main room. Sorry. Michael is there now, so you can head over. I put the YouTube link in.
I am here now. That's correct.
I heard the little ping. Yes. Do you take any trades this morning?
I take any trades. I took a few already today.
What's that?
I took a few already today.
Oh, really?
Bought a little Monster energy drink. As I'm drinking a Monster energy drink, I feel it's fitting.
Okay. I mean, it's
I'm looking to short Bed Bath & Beyond just because we all know that thing's going back to 1 at some point, but just gotta time it right.
Just one moment, Michael.
Sure.
Sorry about that. MNST, that's a monster, right? MNST?
Yeah, I have it up here now, but yeah, it's
Okay. Okay, right at
you
the
want to
VWAP
talk
also
about
interesting.
strength.
92 composite rating, yeah. So yeah, almost a lifetime high also. Interesting, yeah. Cool.
And the old trader saying, right? Something breaks 100, it's going to go to 120, and it's broke 100. It's been chopping around for a while, so a little break out of this base today. So I picked a little bit up, and if it goes to 120, that'll be great.
This is a swing trade for you, of course.
Yeah. This is not something you're going to get anything exciting happen. Like, what are they going to do? They're going to release another energy drink, right? It's just kind of
more potent.
It's more of a sector play, right? If
Right.
looking at a lot of TI strength stuff, there's a lot of restaurants and that kind of stuff in it. So it seems like that food seems like it's where some money's flowing in right now.
All right. Okay, Michael. So 1 o'clock it is, or do you have to leave earlier?
Nope, 1 o'clock works.
All righty. So we'll see you in about an hour then. Have fun.
All right, I'll talk to you then.
Okay.
Okay, everybody. If I sound a little bit different today, or if I stop for a period of time, I bit my tongue working out. So it's not the most glamorous injury I've ever had, but injury nonetheless. So it's been healing up for a few days, but I'm here and I'm good to go. People don't know what's going on, so we basically just open up the chat room to some live Q&A every day around this time, just to answer any questions that people have about our software, about trading, anything like that. It's something really, really cool that we do at Trade Ideas that I think is something that a lot of companies should do more of. Where the more robust the system is, the more complicated it is usually at the same time. So you want to make sure that you've got that support so that if you have a problem, you can come by and ask a question, and we'll answer it. We'll help you out. So that's what I'll be doing here all day. And as always, I like uh, we all like the questions, just because we don't have anything prepared, because we want to make sure that we are here for questions when it happens, right? So until there's questions, I usually just waffle on about things that I'm looking at and things that I'm trading, but feel free to interrupt and to ask as things go. Another one that I'm watching, um, which I actually saw mentioned in the chat here, is this SI. And it's mainly just because of the short float, like 60% short float. We have the entire crypto industry ripping. This gaps up this morning, and then it comes back down to this kind of support line I drew, which is just every week I forget my epic pen. Right, just this high right here, and then also this high right here. So if those things can hold, I'm interested in SI. So I actually have some alerts set out where if it kind of starts pushing up, maybe if it gets back through 15 is going to be the move, then I can look to pick some up there. I'm not just going to buy it just because at a level, but and if we have this kind of cup going on, if this area holds a support, that's what I want to get. So again, one cool thing that you can do in Trade Ideas as you talk that out, and if anyone wants to know how I trade, that's has a lot to do with it, right? I kind of try to tell a story, either talk myself into or out of a position. Then you gotta do all the math to make sure it makes sense, right? So I can just set an alert here. You can just right click on your chart, you can create a price alert. So that actually was 1502, but I want to actually change that to say 1495. Just be alerted beforehand. You could type notes like high, short, float, play, or whatever it is that you want to know. And then I don't have to look at it anymore, right? It's either gonna come through there and alert me, or it just drops off forever, and that's fine. I won't take a trade. But that's kind of my idea with this is, it's just been this would be a very short-term play. If I ever counter trend, I just need to know, right? I'm not expecting this thing to go back to 100 or something, but it's one of those, if we can just kind of bounce to maybe this breakdown point, that's 24, which would be awesome. But it means that I know that because I'm trading against the trend of the market, that I have a lower chance of success than if I was trading with the trend. So I have to kind of bear that in mind. So this would be a smaller than normal trade. VKTX. Yeah, so this is what I'm watching in VKTX. I've posted this in a few places. I don't know where you found it, Hands, but I think we may even talk about this last week. Um, but yeah, this is what I like to see from a stock. You got to move from $4 to $8, right? I don't know why. I don't care why. the market knows why. And then what you want to see is it not do this, right? So if we go back to like the meme stocks and you see, oh, for my Friday, yeah. Right. So, go to any meme stock, pick one. Here's AMC, but GME does the same, and Bed Bath and Beyond do the same. They're all the same thing, right? You have these kind of big suckers rallies where you get all this hype and this craziness, and everyone gets super excited, and then just immediately falls apart, right? Let's go to the next one, right? And you get these rallies, and then it immediately falls apart. Right? And even, right, we get these rallies and then immediately falls apart. These are really hard to trade because unless you're getting involved, right on this spike because you have some, foreknowledge that you think it's going to move, uh, these things are just instantly falling apart. And then the one we've got going on now, right? It's probably a rally, and then, one would assume the same thing's going to happen. But what I look for with this VKPX is that it's not doing that, right? Had a big strong push up, and now it's just kind of basing and consolidating sideways. So why, right? Why is that part important? And you just have to think the psychology of the markets and why markets move. If a market is pushing down, it just means that these sellers are more aggressive than the buyers. There's never, this is something that kind of triggers me. There's never more buyers than sellers, right? For every trade, there's always obviously a buyer and a seller. It is the aggressiveness and the price that they're willing to pay. So, right, big strong push up, sideways consolidation. So basically, as this is uptrending, it just means that let's just kind of play this out. So some news took place here, right? A bunch of people hopped on board. We had a nice rally. And then, of course, nothing goes up in a straight line. And the main reason is there's profit takers and people that short the stock. But profit takers come in, they push it down. Well, instead of the meme stocks that we saw that just do this, when it hit 8, there's some feature or institution or firm or something that is starting to buy it up. And then it comes back up, right? The sellers try to push it down again, right? Maybe the people who miss this initial pop to sell their stock or whatever, they sell, pushes it down, but at a higher low, buyers stepped in again. So you can see that buyers are like stepping up in price and stepping up in price. So that's what a pattern is, right? And all stock patterns, whether they're head and shoulders or cup and handles or whatever, just work on this premise is where is the point in which buyers and sellers have taken control, right? So that's how I'm able to draw this trend line is because you can see, right, buyers taking control at higher prices, sellers taking control at lower prices. You have this kind of wedge that's happening. So I may join you. The person chats that they were long at 9 or roughly 9. So basically, what I want to see is I just want to see a close above 9, and then I'm wrong right here. The beauty of it is if this thing breaks out and continues, everybody who's sold here or shorted into this rally is going to be in trouble. Everybody who sold here might get FOMO that this thing is going to continue to go and buy back in. And that sometimes creates the second spike that, would it be awesome if it was the same as the first spike? Yeah, but it doesn't need to be, right? What I'm doing is I'm going to be, buying in here and I'm probably going to be risking about this. So I look at it and I say, this is my risk. What is the odds are that I can get kind of 2 times that? That would probably only be about up here, which would be very achievable. So give me 2 times my risk, give me a slightly less than 50-50 accuracy, and in the long run, the numbers will work out. Before I buy a stock, do I look at the 10K? No. No. So yeah, the book that I recommended suggests that. So yeah, William O'Neill, I think, who we were talking about last week. He was big on the fundamental side. I'm not. Um, so if you want to be kind of a William O'Neill purist, you certainly can do that. For me, I don't care. Um, it's just my philosophy, I guess, for lack of a better term, is just more that uh, best way to put this. It's just that the fundamentals are already in price. So I don't need to um excuse me, I don't need to worry about the fundamentals because looking at the price, the fundamentals are kind of taking care of themselves, right? Hope that makes sense. But um, 50, sorry, I'm just taking a target. Let's go. Sorry, trade break. I just covered a little bit in. Yeah, there we go. I can talk about this. Microsoft, just from now we're talking day trading instead of swing trading for just a quick second. Just breaking down here. Had this nice kind of big bounce up and then a pullback. And it's doing the same kind of thing, just on opposite on VRTX, just has this kind of triangle. So I just set an order to say, hey, if that breaks down, take a short, put a stop up here. See if it wants to come down and maybe test pre-market lows or something. But that's just a little trade. And the main reason I'm looking at this is just we've got I run a scan for stocks that have consecutive higher lows, and Microsoft's had a lot of consecutive higher lows over the last little bit, and then it's kind of come in to fill this gap. So again, I wouldn't short this for a swing trade or anything. I'm just thinking it may have run a little bit too far, too quick, and then just looking to kind of change that. Uh, but okay, back to the question. But yeah, so like VKTX, I don't even know what they do. Yeah, they're a therapeutic company. I will look at the sector they're in, and the main reason I do that is I want to make sure that my entire swing portfolio isn't in the same sector, right? Because if I look over and I have 7 stocks, and all 7 stocks are energy stocks, it's like, okay, well, I might as well just bought an energy ETF at that point, right? Because I'm diversified across a single sector. So if there's a large move in energy one way or the other, I'm just going to get kind of smoked at one side or the other. But when it comes to the 10K and stuff like that, I'm not interested in. But that's all time frame, right? William O'Neill would do a lot on weekly charts, right? So sort of weekly, and like my monster trade that I was talking about with Barry earlier, right? My synopsis for this trade is just we have this prior resistance that it took years to get through, and then it broke through it. Now it's just kind of been chopping sideways. So if we get some sort of continuation, there's really nothing, there's no bag holders in this one, kind of things, right? So I don't, I know what Monster does as I sit here and I'm drinking a Monster currently because I do my workout after this. But the 10K they would have filed would have been 3 or 4 months ago, right? So, well, probably 2.5 months ago, I guess, technically. So I'm not really concerned about what they have to say in that, right? And again, that's just my philosophy. Some people are very into the story and they're very into the fundamentals and stuff like that. And if that works for you, great. If not, don't. And then it's also time horizon. Like if I'm day trading a stock, I could not care less what that stock does. Like, you know, I with my my potential short here in Microsoft, um, some people might go, "Oh, well, you have Microsoft with this chat AI is going to do amazingly and all this kind of stuff." It's like, yeah, but not over the next 10 minutes, right? It doesn't, you really, really have to pay attention to what your time horizon is. I think the longer term you go out in time, the more things like a story and a fundamental might matter. But if you're trading something for a couple days or a couple hours, for me, I just don't care. What I think of Tesla, obviously in a downtrend, right? Um, Seems like the $100 area is being defended and broke out of this little base. So I wouldn't buy this, but your question was more about a short. I would I would say that you probably have a lot of people looking to exit their shorts here, just because it's kind of broken out of the space. As a swing, I would just see how it closed. Maybe if it closed out of that base, maybe put a stop over today's high or something, because it could easily snap back down, and then you just have a little fake out. Um, the thing's went from 300 to 100, so got cut in third in a pretty straight line. So at some point, you have to have, just like we talked about with um, the stocks moving higher. At some point, people take profits, right? And that's what it's funny if you ever want to see some crazies, go hang out on some of these boards of these meme stockholders. They think every time the market goes up or their meme goes up, they're right, and every time it takes profit, it's some evil short. But it's profit takers, right? So this is why the market kind of moves in waves like this. So the question you should ask yourself if you're short this thing is, at what point does this kind of pattern stop, right? So if it kind of pulls in and then makes a higher low and starts to push higher, well, then there's probably some buying going on right there. So for me, I just want to say, okay, uh, what's going to happen on the close today and then what happens tomorrow? Because there's a lot of instances, you can see a couple here, where it broke out of this base after this big push down, but then it just continued lower. So the question is kind of how. All right, you can see kind of the same thing here. Broke out of this base and then pushed lower. So is it going to hold kind of thing, right? In terms of your scanner, how many consecutive lows? Well, I just use let me see if I can find it here, and then I can share it with you. But I just use a top list when I'm scanning at night. Most consecutive up days. Right. So this just goes through, and you can, change it kind of however you want, but just sorts by the most consecutive up days. So space, for example, right, has had 12 up days in a row. So maybe I should take a look at that uh, to see a potential short on this one. And then again, this is basically when I day trade, I'm using the daily chart, I'm using the intraday chart for entry, but I'm kind of hoping to see a move for a day, right? So on Microsoft, ideally, if it triggers, if it breaks down, it's pushing back up, so it doesn't look like it's going to trigger. But if it triggers, I would want to see the move for the rest of the day, ideally, be lower. So I have to look at the daily chart for that. So this is just kind of gives me an interesting look at stocks that may have been a little bit too stretched one way or the other. So then what I'll do is I'll build a list of these the night before, and then I'm just setting price alerts to say, hey, notify me if and when certain things occur. I hope that makes sense. Doesn't mean that I'm just going to short SWK because it's up this many days in a row. And as a swing trade, I don't think this makes any sense at all. But it just means, hey, it's going to be time for, like, another one that I have on this list here is AAL, but you could do the same thing with a lot of these. I actually took a trade today on VAL already just because it was relatively weak, but right. So my process might be, okay, AAL is up. What'd that say? 11. Yeah, 11 up days in a row. And I'll share this. Save share cloud just in case anyone wants it. It's very, very basic scan, which it's usually the best scans, to be honest, the ones that are very basic. So this is up 11 days in a row. So then I would drop into, a lower time frame, a 5-minute or whatever, and just see, is there some sort of pattern? Is there something I could play off of here? We've got this potential kind of double high or Adam and Eve high or whatever you want to call it right here. I don't really see anything too much on this one. I want to play off a trend line or support and resistance, so, maybe 1680 is a pre-market low and it's the low here and there's a little bit of a low here. So maybe set an alert there. A little bit late in the day for this kind of stuff, but maybe set an alert there and go, okay, if this thing breaks down, then I'd be interested in shorting it. Or more aggressively, right? You could short against, these highs and just say, I think it's kind of done. But that's just kind of the way I look at it, is a very simple revision to the mean. The way I look at revision to the mean is it has to be short term, right? I'm not betting that AL is going to come back here or anything. And I wouldn't swing this because it's obviously in a strong trend. But just at some point, as we talked about, if you have a move from 12 to 17 on a pretty slow stock, there's going to be some profit taking come in, right? So you're going to have one day that kind of looks like this probably. And then for swing traders, that might actually be where you start to look to see maybe that's your dip buy. But which session or speaker in W365 is a must see? Well, I'm obviously going to be biased about that. Talking about myself, right? I'm doing that. Well, 365, but I think you may have already missed him. But Ralph Alcampora, at any time you can see Ralph Alcampora talk, it's a must. I've met him a couple times in person. He is the godfather, the grandfather of technical analysis. Right? It's he's a champ. I'm just trying to find the speakers list. Oznoff is always really good. Right? He's if you're into options, he's the guy. But yeah, Ralph Alcampora is always. I'm just seeing them here. Yeah, Ralph Alcampora is kind of the creator of the CMT. He founded kind of the whole chartered market technician, which I'm a member and a graduate of. He argued in front of Congress to get it recognized. He's got a very famous barn where he goes out every month, I think, and paints the monthly candle for the Dow on the side of his barn. He's been doing it for like 30 years plus now. The guy's just a legend. A legend of technical analysis. So anytime you can see him, definitely go ahead. Liz and Jenny are great. Barry Burns is always interesting. Yeah, but yeah, I missed Ralph Alcampora because that was actually yesterday. So yeah, today we got Tom, which is right when I'm done. Just going through all these. Just I listen to a lot of them. Like I usually have it in the background when it's on for the entire week, just to kind of see what the rest of the world's doing. So I wonder who's on before or after me. Oh, Randy Howell, who's a psychologist, basically, who does trading psychology. I think that's a big one. That's tomorrow, or that's Thursday. And then, yeah, Barry Burns is after me. So that'd be interesting. If you're going to watch mine, watch Barry Burns. Greg Kappa. But yeah, there's a whole bunch. I just sometimes the people I like in presentations like this. For those who don't know, we have Wealth 365, which is just a week long presentation. Trade Ideas is a partner of it, and the so it's like a week long presentation where there's just tons of speakers. Like there's like 30 some odd speakers, and I'm Thursday. But I like some of the speakers. I always like listening to it because there'll be somebody that I've never heard of who has an interesting trading style that I look at. But always, right, trust but verify is all I have to say, right? Always make sure you're don't just follow a trading style or something because you heard about it in a webinar, right? Make sure you do your own testing and it makes sense to you and that kind of stuff. So, what patterns have the best risk reward? Any trend continuation pattern, right? So, the debate always between revision to the mean and trend continuation is that trend continuation has a lower win rate by far than revision to the mean, but much higher risk reward, and um, vice versa, right? So if you as a trader need to be correct often, but you're okay with like a 1-to-1 or maybe a 1.5-to-1 risk reward, then you're talking revision to the mean, right? Because it's easier, I'll say, to be correct when you're really dealing with stuff that's incredibly overstretched in one way or the other. But you're fighting the trend. And when you're fighting the trend, your risk reward is going to be smaller. It's like what I talked about with SI that I have an idea for that may or may not happen. Looks like every time I look at this, it's not going to happen. Said if we can close up into the 15 area, I might be interested in this. But this is a revision to the mean play, right? This thing's gotten killed, but I'm fighting the trend. So it means that as the thing rallies, you have bag holders, right? It's why I guess you want to see bag holders. Right? Again, pick a meme, right? So there's people holding Bed Bath and Beyond from 40 and from 30 and from 20 and from 10 and from 5. And we've all been in the situation, and we know it's not correct, but we've all been in the situation of, oh man, if this stock just gets back to even, I'm going to get out. Right. And we know you should do that because that doesn't make any sense. Right. Either you're bullish the stock and you should buy some, or you're bearish the stock and get the hell out. Right. But just saying, oh, if it gets back to my entry point, I'm going to get out, again, makes no sense. But we know there's tons of people that do that. So these bag holders are just sitting on the sell button, waiting to get out. So that's why revision to the mean generally has a lower risk reward, is because there are tons of motivated sellers in this stock in this area. And it's the same, right? Not just the meme stocks, but if you go to Peloton, right? how many motivated sellers in Peloton are there from 150 down to 10? So every time this thing spikes, it doesn't mean you can't try to buy some sort of revision to the mean play on it, right? Certainly not. It just means that probably each spike in this one for a long period of time will be lower than the spike before it. So your risk reward isn't phenomenal. Now, if you're playing breakout plays, like I think I use Kaba because I'm actually thinking of, I still own a little bit of CABA. Yeah, so here's my initial purchase in Kaba was right in here. And this thing just, like gangbusters. I would love to, sit on the hood of a rented Lamborghini and talk about how I'm still in the whole position. But of course, just selling bits as it goes, and I have a little tiny, tiny bit left. But it's breaking out today. So I'm actually thinking of maybe rebuying some right here. But because if you zoom out on the chart, right, it's in a nice uptrend. It's already moved from 60 cents to $3. Until we kind of get into this area and close the gap, which we're in now, there's really no motivated sellers, right? Because it's in a nice, especially if you just zoom in, it's in a nice uptrend. So, right, when Peloton kind of becomes in a nice uptrend, then it may be something to look at again, right? Right now, it's just in this kind of sideways slop. But if we break out and then we kind of make a little base, then maybe you have that kind of breakout. But that's the idea. And that's why things like Monster I'm interested in, because there's no bag holders in Monster. Right? There's, you can go back a long period of time. There's no one here who's like, oh, I have to sell this. There's people who are going to sell it to take profits, but there's no one out there who's trying to like recover a big underwater loss or anything. So, and it's one of those things that it's not really my opinion. And it's something that we study in the CMT, in which we talk about and look at publicly available data for hedge funds. There are hedge funds that have to in different countries and some in the US that have to. And there are some hedge funds that do voluntarily report their holdings and their prospectus, right? So prospectus is basically a hedge fund sits down and says, okay, if you're going to invest in our hedge fund, this is what we're going to do. Some may be, distressed debt buyers to value investors, to breakout traders, to whatever, but they have a prospectus. So somebody sat down and said, okay, I'm going to look at the performance and returns of all of the revision to the mean guys. And then I'm going to look at all of the momentum traders, which are kind of trend followers, and I'm going to compare them. And it's pretty, bog standard across the board that the trend followers have less than a 50-50 win rate, but they have a really good risk reward. And the revision to the mean guys have a 1-to-1 or less risk reward, but have a higher win rate. So, if kind of the best kind of guys are experiencing this, then most likely so will you. Right? So, if you think you can do better, then have at it. Have a good one. I hope it works for you. But that's just kind of what we experience across the gambit of looking at these kind of things, right? So the issue with using the data when it comes to looking at the hedge funds is that obviously a lot of them don't have to report, so you are going to get incomplete. But I read the study myself, and it is large enough that I'm not worried about the validity of it. It seems to make sense, and it seems to follow through. If you hear any trader interviewed, a lot of people say the same thing, right? It's it's not kind of rocket science. It's just that stocks move in trends, and we know that. So the timing of the trends is obviously the hard part. Speaking about Sosnoff, any opinion on the Tastywork platform? Tastyworks, no, and it's only because they hate Canadians. Now, I actually was tweeting back and forth with Tom, who, if you ever watch the show, is kind of Tony's sidekick there. And apparently, they figured out a way to come to Canada in the second quarter, excuse me, of this year. Now, they've said that a few times before, so we'll see. In Canada, we regulate our brokers pretty heavily. We're kind of the opposite of the States, where you guys regulate your individuals, like the pattern day trader rule and all that kind of stuff. But you have lower regulation for brokers, which is why you have way more brokers that can do crazy things like payment for order flow. And we kind of do it the other way around, where we regulate the brokers heavily, but then the people there's no pattern day trader rule or anything up here. So I'm going to try them out when they come up here, and I'll let you know. But I haven't heard a complaint, we'll put it that way, of anyone who trades with Tastyworks. I've never heard anyone say anything bad about it. The platform is new, which, and it was kind of built to be a fast. I guess it was built by the same people who built Thinkorswim. And I guess what happened, I saw this in a presentation that I actually watched. I think it was in Florida with Tom. And he basically, he stole the people from TD who built Thinkorswim and sat them down and said, okay, I want you to rebuild a trading platform, but you're obviously allowed to use everything that you've learned over the last, I don't know, 20 years, probably plus, that Thinkorswim was built. Which I would imagine, I'm not a dev, but I would imagine is like a dev's dream to be able to say, you get to start again. You get to go, okay, nice, right? I get to, instead of just trying to fix and to tack on and to do all this, I get to completely kind of start from scratch and then build something. So they kind of jumped at the chance. So from what I hear, it's fine, but I have no personal experience with it. We have been trying to have, we've been trying to have the ability to build Brokerage Plus into Tastyworks. So if anyone has a kind of an in there, let us know. They're just a little bit protective about their API, which is understandable. Some places like IB, for example, we link with because they have an open API. So we linked with them before they even had any idea who we were. We could just kind of tack on to it, right? Peter Resnicek, who I know, and he's a great technician. And Brad's his sidekick, right? Are now with the Tasty people. Oh, that's kind of cool. I have an account, no trades yet. Well, just I don't just take a couple hundred, a 100 share, couple trades here or there, and give a good shot. Um, that's interesting. I used to listen to back in the day when I used to kind of work at the hedge fund space. I used to always have Brad and Peter's show on, the one that they had, and then I used to watch. They used to do something on Tasty Works. Was it like it was in the evenings, right? It was like the last show before they closed it down or something. I used to remember I used to watch them. So that's interesting. It's one of those things that when it all comes back to kind of you get what you pay for stuff, right? If your broker goes entirely commission free, you're not going to have um you're not going to have them really pushing technology, right? It's just not going to happen. It's you're um for they need to make money off it, right? So what happened was when everyone went zero commission, they basically just said, "Listen, I'm going to make trading a loss leader," right? So it's like, you go into a store and you buy I don't know, soda stream, like one of those, you know, uh, the thing in your house that makes pop. I don't have one, but I've seen them everywhere. You, um, you basically lose money on the machine, or I guess something I know better is like video games, right? I play video games, and um, Microsoft and Best Buy, they don't make really any money when you buy the Xbox. Razor Blades is another way to do it, right? So when you buy the Xbox, they don't make any money. And same with a lot of Apple products, right? When you buy an iPad, they're not making, millions or billions of dollars on the iPad, but now you have this device at home, and the only way to get stuff on it is to pay them, right? And it's the same, yeah, Barry saying razor blades. The actual handle, they're not making any money off of, but it's the re-up. So when brokers went zero commission, they're just kind of like, let's just get their money by offering them free trades, and then hopefully we can convert them to our mutual fund product or whatever, right? Just to try to get so that we can kind of recoup some money. But let's first just get the money. And then a lot of the ways they make their money without going to the boring stuff, things like margin debt and stuff like that, right? If you go into margin debt, they're charging you a percentage and they get to keep that and stuff like that. So, um, is there a short list of talent within the trading platform and scan building world? Well, I wouldn't look for the talent. I would look for someone who trades in a way that makes sense to you, right? Um, because I always say this, Barry is going to trade differently from me, and I'm going to trade differently from Andy. Andy does a lot of revision to the mean. He does a lot of buying incredibly kind of beat up stocks and looking for bounces, and that works for him. I do a lot of relative strength and trend continuation, and that works for me. So when it comes to trading, I always say, right, you need to kind of build a plan yourself and from the ground up, and that should have, what are your goals? How much time do you have to devote to trading? How much account size? That kind of stuff, right? So, because if I'm like, okay, I'm retired and I have nothing to do all day, and I have a $10 million account, right? The kind of trading you're going to try to look for and what you're going to try to do is going to be way different from I'm a plumber. I can only really look at the markets at night, and I have a $15,000 account that I'm looking to grow over time, right? So you know, and then it's also your personality, right? You may think that day trading is for you, and then you may find your personality and everything is not cohesive with day trading, or vice versa, right? The stuff that I do, I'm sure would bore Barry to sleep. And the stuff he does is just way too fast for me, right? So some plumbers are very rich. Yeah, I'm not saying, I was just throwing out random examples, but I would hope that if I hire a plumber, he's not hasn't set up a 4 monitor setup in my bathroom while he's working and he's trading. Probably just, is using his phone and looking at some stocks here and there. So, right, someone like that would probably do very well with a service like TI Strength, which is just showing you all of these incredibly strong stocks. And then you're able to go through and say, okay, these are names that are of most interest to me, right? Alcoa, and you can kind of set your orders, set your stops out, and then check on them once a day or something like that. Yeah, Peter, software as a service is good as well. Same with, we could use Trade Ideas for an example. Uh, our biggest cost is the data we provide to you, support, and the server infrastructure, right? Trade Ideas has a lot of server tech. It's how we can do scanning that's kind of above and beyond what a lot of our competitions do, is because of the server architecture that we have. And so that's our cost. So, I would say in the first little bit of having a new client, it's probably not super profitable for us. But as the client understands the software and then just kind of has a process and is just trading on its own and doesn't need a lot of support resources, then that client becomes more profitable and things like that. But so it's just super common when it comes to a lot of the ways these things work. But it's one of those that everybody was super happy when they got free commissions. And then, the whole payment for order flow thing, plus the fact that a lot of these, I know the E-Trade people are very upset that they retired, uh, and I think some people can still use it, but eventually E-Trade Pro, the old E-Trade, is dead. So, it's, how much does that, does things like, how much is that important to you and your trading, your platform and all of that, which is one of the reasons that we're doing what we're doing and linking to them. If you want a more sophisticated platform, then check out Trade Ideas, because I guarantee you, Thinkorswim, which is a great platform, I actually used it for a while, it's not going to get any better. It's just going to kind of slowly degrade over time, because they're never going to say, okay, let's take the millions of dollars and you know let's take the, I don't know, few $1,000,000 and let's revamp it, or let's add a whole bunch of stuff to it. They probably have a little bit of a skeleton crew to make sure they're keeping it up and running and all of that. I'm watching this Bed Bath and Beyond. I'm actually just going to put out an order here, and I'll talk about it. It's looking like it might break down here. So here's what I'm looking at. I just sent out I enter pretty much everything via stop limits when I day trade. I kind of just let the market come to me instead of just kind of punching in. But obviously, Bed Bath and Beyond has this history of, right, these pops and then these dumps, and then these pops and then these dumps, right? So there's no reason to think it'll be any different. And this time they're actually flirting with bankruptcy. And then we're kind of seeing this pattern intraday of these lower highs. So one trend line, I think it was a 5-minute chart. Let's just do a 15. It's probably the easiest to look at it. Right, so it bounced into yesterday's lows earlier in the day. Right, or not yesterday's lows, but this yesterday's support zone. So it bounced into that, and then it just rejected really hard. And then it bounced again, and now it's struggling here and looking like if it can't kind of retake this area, then it may push lower. So what I did is I just said, hey, if it breaks under 4, short me some. Stop loss on part of the position right here, on the rest of the position right here. So basically, if it comes down here and then breaks out, I'm wrong. It's time to go. And then target if we can get down to these lows, just over and over again as long as I have breath. Right. So here, let's say here, that's my risk, and that's my target. Right. So this line is much longer than this line. And I think there's probably a 50-50 shot that I'm right. Then you just let it go. Right. And then the only other thing that I'm watching for maybe a day trade is still this SI. But, it's got to get this line right here is the line I drew on the daily chart that shows the highs of this day, the day before. It's kind of into that gap. So for this, I need to see this kind of be reclaimed and then a break, kind of break through 15 before I'd be interested in that. And then last but not least, I didn't get triggered in, but I'm still watching Microsoft. Right. So this one, I'm just kind of seeing, are we going to break down this little base we got going on? I talked about this earlier. It really hasn't changed. If we break down this base, then I think maybe we take a shot at pre-market lows. Right. I'll be wrong if it gets kind of over, what's that, 240. These, right, 235 would be a decent target for this today. And again, the idea behind this was simply it's up. How many candles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this would be the 7th candle in a row to close this gap. And you can see how on the chart this 240 is pretty important. So just playing against that. So that's all I'm watching so far for day trades. And then for swing trades, it was that the VKTX. That's one, right? If this thing kind of break out here. And I'm on, if anyone follows Wolf Financial and his spaces, I'm doing a space with him at 6 Eastern. Yeah, 7 my time, 6 Eastern tonight. And we do, it's kind of fun. It's normally on Mondays, but Monday was a holiday. And it's, he gathers a bunch of traders and they pick 2 stocks for the coming week. And then it's kind of like a game, like, right, who between the 2 of them, who has the best return. And I'm pretty sure that I won this one. I may not have, but these were my 2. I took RMBS over this high, and I actually took these trades as well. That's a decent little 3-day run. And then the other one was RXDX. And that was a decent little run just over here. So from 109 to 119 or so, assuming it closes here. I think it's based off whatever today's closing price is. And I don't know what I'm going to pick tonight. I'll look at that closer to the end of the day. But this VKTX will probably be one. And then I'll just grab something from TI Strength. I know ASO is very interesting with it's hidden here, but 30% short float right here. That's a pretty sizable short float on this guy. Do I hear some whispering?
You do.
Someone's asking where to see it.
I'm in Prax, Mr. Nas. I'm in Prax. Took out the 200-day PRAX. So I know you won't use that for your wolves, but it just took out the 200-day moving average. And of course, you look left on Friday, you got up to 524. So I will see as long as it holds above the 200-day. I'll hold on to it and just see what happens. I know you wouldn't take that one because it probably. Well, no, you're not a reversion to the mean player, so or to the VWAP, so you wouldn't. Steve would never take that because he would have it. He would have to have it come back down to the 10 SMA, and but I just watched it as it was hovering around that 200-day moving average, and it popped through it. Said, just take the darn thing. So far, so good.
Yeah, this would be. I try to focus on like really strong stuff, but this is actually if you. And this is not for you, this is for the viewers at home. But if you do want to buy beaten up stuff, I think this is the way you do it. Right? This thing's been going sideways since June. So, it's had its chance to dump. Like there's basically, right, there's people who try to catch the falling knife, and I think that's silly. But after it's based for a long enough period of time, you've got that kind of accumulation zone where it basically just means that, as people are trying to sell it to get out of it, there's been enough time that's going on that shows that some power is accumulating down here, or at the very least, the sellers have stopped selling. They've just run out of stuff to sell. So no, I think, right, if you get over 5, you could see 10. And
yeah, well, of course, I would never be holding it. I'm probably going to dump it very soon. But I just look left. You know me, Michael. I'm just looking left on that high, the daily on Friday, and was 528 or 524, whatever that is. I thought, okay, over the 200-day. Other traders are going to look what it did on Friday. It sold off. I mean, it sold off in a really bad way, in my opinion. But as you said, there's still enough interest that it has done very well today. I mean, it's up 20%, lots of volume. So there still is enough interest. I have no idea what the news was on Friday. Probably could check, but it doesn't really matter to me. It's just a matter of that big void that I see and see if it can, get into it in a bit of a way. And right now, it's actually turning out to be a nice little trade for me because it's going. And hopefully, it's not because people are listening to me and they're buying it, but seriously, it's turning out to be a nice little trade.
I was about to say, well, 1 million shares, 4 million. So unless you got it's done $4 million plus worth of volume today. So unless you got some really big pockets following you, then I think you're fine. I don't think.
Well, I just took it though. I just took it, and I, waited for that. It only took it out a couple of 3 or 4 minutes ago. That 415. So that's where I'm in at 416, 417. So we'll see. Nice little percentage move though.
So you use the 200 even on shorter term kind of trades like that?
Yep. Always on that. I'm just always, it's the only indicator that I ever pay attention to, really. The 200-day moving. So if I see it, I don't care if it's intraday. I think, even though it's breaking it on the daily, to me that's important enough.
It's interesting. The anchored VWAP, I don't know if you see my screen here, but the anchored VWAP from all-time highs is at 8. So it'll be interesting to see if it's drawn. That's something.
Oh yeah, way up there.
Brian Shannon talks about a lot, because that's from the very top of this thing, as the market's been killed, that's kind of where the average price is.
Right.
Speaking of, I actually just confirmed my address with Brian Shannon, and I think I'm getting an early copy of his new book, which will be awesome. All about anchored VWAP. I always suggest his old book to technical analysis using multiple time frames is a great if people are asking for book ideas. It's always a really good one. He just talks about, a lot of the stuff that we do kind of naturally as
Hmm.
old traders. If you're trying to buy something on the 5-minute chart, you look at the hourly chart and the daily chart and the weekly chart and make sure that things are at least kind of lined up for you, or that there's nothing in your way. And it's a really good book for that.
And I'm out. I'm out. I'll look at it again if it gets over 4:30. But Michael, do you want to
You'll
take off?
be
It is 1:02. You put in a couple of minutes of overtime. I'll make sure that the powers that be know.
uh quintuple time and a half. Is that how it works?
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially the day after a long weekend.
Awesome. That sounds good. No, I will. I don't know if you heard, but I bit my tongue in one of my last workouts, and
No.
it's like the more I talk, it just like scrapes
Oh,
against
yeah.
my
Yeah,
teeth. It's just
yeah, yeah.
it's less fun, for sure. But
Definitely less fun. Well, you sound the same, so that's good.
well, that's good. Well, hopefully it heals up soon, but I'm sure I'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
All right, Barry.
All right, Michael, I
I
will
will
take
talk to you
over
soon.
the screen. Yeah, I'll see you
Oh, there you
in an
go.
hour.
Very good. I'll talk to you then.
Okay. Right, guys, just let me get my other two rooms unmuted. There we go. And one last thing to do, just got my music going again. Wow. That's why you've got to be so careful, guys. I'm just, well, just give me a moment while I get my music going. Come on. So I was saying to Michael, I was taking over in the YouTube room, how I took this Prax just over that 415, 416. There was the 200-day moving average. And it got up to 430. I was actually kind of hoping it might get into the 440s. But the minute it started moving down, though, I said, you know what, that's it. And look what it did afterwards. I mean, that's interesting because it's not like a crazy low float. I would have expected something like that happening if there were like a 2 minute or 2 minute, a 2 million float or something. The 38 million, but there was just a massive sell, like a massive, massive sell. But again, that's why I never ever wander away when I'm in one of these type of stocks. I rarely wander away. It almost doesn't matter what I'm in. I rarely wander away from my computer. Now, the interesting thing is there's the VWAP 377. It's trying to hold the VWAP, but that's a pretty big. I mean, you go from 440, sorry, you go from 433 down to 364. That is a massive percentage move down. Not inspiring. And the reason I was so interested in it is because of the void when you look left and what it did on Friday. But you know what? You can start, if this pattern holds with a big topping tail and then maybe another big topping tail today, I mean, it's just hard to get too enthused about a stock like that when all of a sudden, you get these the buyers are bidding up and the sellers just knock it right down. And there are shorts available. There's like ton of shorts available, 1.8 million at Interactive Brokers. So it's probably probably many brokers have lots of shorts for this one. So that just got pounded down. I looked at Tesla all day. Yeah, I mean, look, a few days ago, this was in danger of giving up 100, and it just didn't do it. Got down to 101.81. Maybe got down a little bit lower in the pre-market. I can't remember. But that 101, I mean, look at that. What is it, like a 30% run now from there? Still waiting to see if Amazon can get back over 100. So this is another small one with tons of shares available in terms of shorting at Interactive Brokers, 1.3 million. So you can kind of see, I mean, Ader's having a great day. ATER is having a great day. The next high looking left is 174, so it's getting closer and closer to that high. You would think that the closer it gets, and if it doesn't take it out, it give us a short opportunity. I mean, this came from basically 96 cents. See if there's any news on it. Preliminary Q4 revenue. So they're trying to condition the market. I mean, well, if this is correct, they don't release until March the 6th. So, that's a month and a half from now. But they're saying they're trying to condition the market that it's going to be better than expected. Yeah, Terry, we're just talking about that. This data could be interesting. I mean, it had the gap down. Now it's a gap down in reversal, basing around 1350. The next high looking left is 1463. Keep an eye on KWEB. What is KWEB doing? What's the overall China market doing? And it looks a lot like data, doesn't it? I mean, look at this. Look what KWEB is doing. Just over its VWAP, 34.19, 34.19. So it's just over its VWAP. Data, it's not quite basing the same. It's having maybe a minor pop, excuse me, compared to KWEB. It's funny, Terry. I should get rid of my. This is another Argentinian stock. Man, Argentina has just been was a hangover from the World Cup win, and people are still just buying stocks. I mean, seriously, this is Argentina. Remember, somebody gave me the ETF for the country, and it doesn't trade very much in terms of volume. Because yeah, it doesn't trade very much, but this is the Argentinian country ETF. Can't trade it because I mean, look, 34,000 shares, but so many of these the Argentinian stocks are just having a great run. So this is an 8-day run. All right, guys. Let's see if there's anything of interest. So there's a CYAD. I know it's been a tough one to trade, but look at it basing right now, and right at the VWAP. 201 is the VWAP, so it's sitting at 206. I mean, to me, if it, I don't know, gets up to like two, I'm going to stick an alert around 213 or so. See if it breaks out from there, because in the pre-market it did get up to 393. So I'm going to stick an alert. I did stick an alert around 213 for CYAD, which would mean that it looks like it's going to hold that VWAP, and who knows, move from it, but need volume as always. So, if I don't see any volume, even if it, gets up to 213, but it's a no volume, it'd be a no go for me. Well, William, I don't know if you took this short, this KNOP, but I mean, it is now, yeah, inching its way down. Inching its way down, all-time low now, and below that, below 6, and that's the KNOP. Look at data, the way it's basing, guys. Wow, DADA just kind of basing here. Even space is having a SPCE for whatever reason, having a bit of a day, Well, this one's got some room. Also, CUTR, look left, and the next high is 37.26. So you're talking $3 away. CUTR, kind of basing nicely. Any news on this one, or just no news that I can see? Not a lot of volume. It's a very low float, 19 million in the float, and not that much volume. Double, 2 times normal, but no, not too much volume. What's the spread like? Yeah, we were trading this one or looking at this one before, 34.28, 34.40. I mean, that's not terrible for a $34 stock. That could move, but still not ideal. Why not trade TSLL? I don't know. Go ahead, trade it. Yeah, I mean, if you think Tesla is going to keep running, I mean, obviously it's a good trade. It's the bull 1.5 times. So if Tesla keeps running, sure. Tempo. Now, why is this moving? Tempo automation, TMPO. Let's look left and see, excuse me. Yeah, it looks like 175 is the next high looking left. So that's a little too close. TMPO for me anyway. Michael was talking about Peloton in the YouTube room. Well, I mean, here's another one. It's got through the 200-day moving average through the VWAP, of course. Not of course, but it got through the VWAP. Through the 200-day moving average now. There's that green line. Hmm. This is the first one in the 10-day daily breakdown, guys, today. Little late, but so let's take a look left. This is, when I say this is BTB, not very many shares available. 3,000 only at Interactive Brokers. BTB, so I had to, and look left. This has got room. 625 is the next low, is that right? I had to take out yesterday or Friday's low. 821 is the next low looking left for BTB. I'm going to stick an alert around 811. See if it takes that out. Because if it does, then the next low is way down here at almost $6 for BTB. Okay, so this is not a Bitcoin play. I thought it might have been. Bit Brother, holding company, supply and distribution of tea beverages and related. So this is nothing to do with Bitcoin. Actually have Jasper, I had it thumbnailed earlier. I think it was just hovering below 2, JSPR. Yeah, just below 2. I don't know. I mean, I guess I had some news. I mean, the high on Friday was 291. I mean, it's still relatively strong, I guess. It's where's that 200-day? 200-day is 180, so it's above the 200-day moving average. I would probably, if I were ever going to trade this, I would have to wait for a two break, and then maybe it can start to move. But it's not confident. It's not a lot of confidence building or has been built into this one because when you look at this on Friday and it got up to 287 and it closed down here at 180, I mean, that's a big drop percentage wise. So, I mean, the sellers came in full force here. So, yeah, I mean, while there might be a little bit of, I mean, it's up 6%, 11 cents. I mean, it's just, to me, it's just not interesting unless it took out, unless it took out two. And also, it would have to be on big volume, because moves like that, when you see these big topping tails, happened on this day also. The day it had a big move on the 3rd of January up to 381, close it to another dollar move, and then you look what it did afterwards. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but every time I see big topping tails on daily charts, I kind of shy away. But don't let me, I mean, but I would really wait. I mean, even here, there's a high of 214. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it had some news, I know, I guess on this day, and maybe even on this day. And it's a low float. I mean, so these sort of things, I mean, can go away. I mean, all this selling pressure, 12 million in the float. So, I mean, if it gets a lot of volume coming in, but it's just not interesting to me. How can I enter a ticker manually somewhere so the graph changes? You mean the chart changes? Yeah. So just left click Spinity. Just left click on the chart. Okay. So you left click on a chart just to let trade ideas know what chart you're in. And then most of the time you just start typing. And if you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. And if you either click on change or hit the return or enter on your keyboard. Okay. Now, if you left click on the chart and then you start typing and the change box doesn't show up, hit the space bar and then it should show up. And then somebody told me last week that if that doesn't work, no, hit the backspace. I guess backspace will also bring it up. Okay, but try that. Again, left click on the chart, and normally when you start typing, the box will just pop up. The change symbol box will just pop up. Okay, let me know if that worked. Okay, good. All right, guys, so I'm going to do my video. And what time is it? 1:26. So should be back by no later than 1:36. Okay, so I'll mute all the rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. So there's the CYAD just inching its way, but no volume. Check that 15-minute chart or, any other time frame, I guess you want, but, look at the 15-minute chart on CYAD, at 12 o'clock Eastern time, there was a bit of a volume burst and and that popped it. Since then, the volume has just done nothing. Hence, it's just sort of sitting doing nothing. You can save yourself a lot of grief, by a lot of people will take a breakout and they wonder, well, why didn't that work? And then when you check, there's no volume. So you might get like a false breakout. If there's no volume, then usually it won't sustain the breakout. Usually, not all the time, but usually. All right, guys. So AMC, I mentioned this one earlier. It's sort of lagging the meme stalkers, and look what's happened now. 531, 570. It was lagging. Really didn't do much. And now all of a sudden, it's getting some volume coming in. AMC and GME is popping also. GME is popping again. Yeah, I don't mind talking about them as trades, not as fanatics, who think this is going to go to $1 million because of all the shorts that haven't been accounted for. I haven't looked at ape at all. Is it at 2? No. But you're right. It's moving too. You're right. All right, guys. Boy, that Silvergate SI is still inching its way down now. SI still inching its way down. The low of the day is down here at 1440. So, sorry, 1340. 1340-ish. Let me see exactly. 1341. So it's at 1382 right now. Another one coming into the 200-day moving average, guys. SQ coming right into the 200-day moving average, 74.89. Where did it get up to? Wow, got up to 74.86 before it just stopped. So within 3 cents of the 200-day, and it just stopped. Well, guys, the memers have left BBBY alone, and they look like they're coming into AMC and GME, and they're leaving BBBY alone for a while anyway. Sort of basing here, holding the VWAP though. Yeah, diamond hands. If I ever say that, then you know somebody's cloned me and done like Bizarro Superman reverse. Well, GP actually showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. Low options, so what it would have just snuck in, I guess. 2000. I don't have that up and running, so that must have just snuck in because I think my minimum was 2000 contracts, and I can see it's at 2000 now. But the percent is huge. Another one through the 200-day moving average, though. And yeah, I just can't pull the trigger on that AMC. I should have been following it a little more closely. I know I was talking about it earlier, but right here on that break, right there, that 530 break, that was almost ideal. I mean, look at the VWAP 533, and right there. But in all seriousness, let's take a look left and where AMC could go. So the next high looking left looks like it's around 605. So, I mean, six could be really tough for it to get through. But if it does do that, then 651 is your next high looking left. And you can see the volume is, that's the biggest volume bar of the day. It's funny, well, I don't funny, but it's interesting how this all worked out. You know, AMC did not follow the other two big memers, the BBBY and the GME, did not follow it until well, right after 1 o'clock. Oh my goodness, goodness, goodness. No more shorts available for me at BTB. Look at this move down now, guys. Wow. That is one big wow. There was only one from my 10-day daily breakdown that showed up, and it's quite late. Normally we get them, earlier on in the day, in the first half hour, the majority. Usually I don't get too many. This is actually quite a few 10-day daily breakouts. Normally we get maybe 5 of each, maybe. But look at this, BTB 832 on that candle right there. And look at this. When I looked, there was about 3,000 shares available. Now they're all snapped up. Whoa, and this is just cratering. Yeah, you know what? I am right. I am right. This is a Bitcoin play. I thought so. Buys 1,400 crypto machines. So this is, I don't know if they're still doing this, if they still supply and distribute tea beverages and related products, but they're definitely a Bitcoin play now, crypto play now. I thought so, but I should have looked at the news. I didn't look at the news. I just looked at their profile first and said, okay, well, but this is just cratering here. It went from $8 to $6 very quickly. Hmm. I know it's showing up on Zach's bounce scanner, but boy, oh boy, it started showing up at 680. Now it's 622 and it's still moving down. Now, here's your 200-day. I can't believe it'll get all the way down there, but whoa, and it just got halted on the way down. I think it's going to get halted here, guys. Maybe not, but I see that little blue dot at IB. That usually means a halt's coming. And it just sort of stopped trading. Maybe not. No, there are still some trades going through. But all of a sudden, the spread got absolutely insane. Not right now. I'm talking about really insane. Right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, the spread is what, like 510, 588 right now? 510, 588 is what I'm talking about. I mean, look at that spread. Now it did pop up to 572, 588, but briefly it was 510, 588, and now it's halted. Now it's halted. Whoa, look at this, guys. Shoot. I should have, they only had about 3,000 shares when I looked, and I was thinking of taking some, but oh, so when you were saying nope, you mean on a bounce? On a bounce, okay. I'm talking to William in our YouTube room, in our the main room. Yeah, it does look like AMC stalled at that six level, got up to 594, stalled at that six level. Funny, Michael was talking about he got into Monster and Monster beverage. You can see why. I mean, it's almost an all-time high, great stock composite rating, and this is a swing for him. I just wanted to see a 5 hour energy drink. I don't think it's a public company. I don't think I'm just reading right now because that's my drink of choice. I don't see that it's owned by Living Essentials, but I don't think that's a public company. Otherwise, I'd be buying it. And I don't need anybody coming to tell me that it's I mean, all those beverage drinks I know, they're probably not great for you, but that one I have found is the best one for me. Oh, THRX, it had the pop. Thought we looked at this one a lot earlier, holding the VWAP, and THRX finally had the pop through 13. And let's look left and see what sort of resistance there is nearby. Well, there's the high weekly, so it looks like the next high is 1457 on the weekly chart. Yeah, so this has still got some room. 1457 a couple of times. 1460 and 1457 on the weekly for THRX. All right, guys, AMC, another attempt to get through six. And BTB just resumed, guys. BTB resumed. And what did it do? Yeah, it's become a real spready one. 561, 592. I was jokingly thinking that it couldn't get close to the 200-day, could it? I think it's going to get halted again. And there it is. There's another halt for BTB. Wow. Okay, guys, I'll be in a marketing meeting at around 2 o'clock, so I'll be putting myself on mute during this marketing meeting. It is Tuesday. Yes, it is. Okay, so Prax is now PRAX is again over 4. Let's see if it can do a little bit better this time. It did hold the VWAP. I mean, there is that. I mean, it did tail down below it, but the bodies of the candles held the VWAP, the PRAX. So, but again, we've got this huge topping tail here. Volume coming in though. Actually, it's the histo. I sometimes get this mixed up. So, I mean, that's telling us in theory that there are more bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish on a ratio basis. Though the volume is still not great, but this might be telling us something that, okay, percolating under the radar, PRAX may have another pop in it. There's AMC, guys, over 6 now. Big area for it to try to hold. There is the high, 651, I think I said. 605 is the high. 605 is the high. And then after that, 651. You know what else is starting to work is not V or no TV. No TV, guys. The high of the day was 872, starting to come back again through that VWAP, which is 843 is the VWAP, so it's through that VWAP again. Well, I know this is showing up. IMAB is showing up on Zach's bounce scanner, but boy, I mean, 631, if it somehow takes out 631, and also check out what it did. Look at the 200-day moving average, 777. What did it get to? 767. So within, a dime of that, I mean, it's the area of the 200-day moving average. And look what it did. Stalled today and came right back off it. If it takes out the low of Friday, I mean, then look left. I mean, it's still got a lot of room underneath. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in, and I'm on a break. I'm not on a break. I'm on mute in a meeting. Okay, mute everything. All right, guys, I'm back. So look at the CRNX. CRNX, another one that's getting a lot of stocks that are doing this, guys. A lot are coming back into their 200-day moving average. Seen quite a few today. Now, some of them, they don't break through. But that's the whole idea. You have to watch to see what is it doing at the 200-day moving average. CRNX, will it break through or will this repel it? Thank you, William, for answering that. Yeah. What do you think the bug is, by the way, Steph, if you're still around? These meme stocks are pretty strong right now. Even the AMC is now reclaiming set a six. GME is looking at 22. Even BBBY is sort of bouncing off four. You know what I haven't seen is something like Carvana, CVNA. Yeah, so this is not bouncing really. Had the big flourish at the beginning of the day, but or flurry at the beginning of the day. All right, guys. See, we're getting close to where I put myself on mute. The room will be open till about, between 3:20 and 3:25. I usually put myself on mute about 10 to 3. And I'm always here, can answer questions, but just talk a little bit about my homepage and again, and all the great information you can have on my homepage or get from my homepage. All right, so there's my homepage link. Click on the link and you'll be at the top, of course. So you can still use this promo code KING25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. I don't know how much longer this is going to be around, certainly till 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay, so there will not be, we do Valentine's Day. I think in the States there's President's Day sometime in February, I believe. So there might be a promo around then, but this could be the last one for a while. So take advantage of it if you do want to take out a subscription. And of course, if you do that, do the Let's Get Started, the 30 minutes long, 10 short videos. You can sign up for my stock of the day video right here. Of course, that's free. And you can sign up for the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free also. All the education links are here. You can take a look at the user guide. There's that getting started again, the daily support when one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room from me between 12 and 1. More educational videos, back to basics with Michael Noss. And here's the scan section. Again, if you're wondering where it is and you click on my link, you have to scroll down. Okay, here's the scan section. Here's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down, but you've heard me talk about other ones. That 10-day daily breakdown only gave one. Look what it did. BTB at 8:32. At 1:20 was the time, Eastern time, and the price was 8:32, and I think it got down to 5 something. As an example, I'm not saying that's going to happen every day. So if you do take out a subscription, please use my link, my homepage link. Use that promo code. This is a free room. The reason it's free is because the more people take out subscriptions using that link, the room will get credit. Okay. And also, saving my link, you can take a look at all my scans and that education section anytime you want. No TV is on the move here, guys. This no TV is really on the move. Again, look at the void it's got if it just wants to keep going. I mean, that's the big deal. I mean, 1538 is the next high. Looking left for no TV. And I think this is the high of the day now. Pre-market high looks like it was about 879. Wow, look at band, guys. Here's another one. Look at this 200 day. So it is approaching the 200 day also. It's about $1 away. Well, 200 day moving average. Actually, it's not quite $1 away. BAND. Be interesting to see what happens tomorrow to it. I mean, will it bounce off the 200 day? Well, this one kept moving, guys. CYRX. This has got some room. I mean, there's the 200 day, 27.12. That's $5 away. Not quite $5 away. Looking left, 22.23 was the high. So this has to be watched tomorrow. I mean, this could keep, this is a great break. CYRX has to be watched tomorrow to see if it has any sort of continuation. I don't see any specific news on it. Freight transportation arrangement. Let's see what they really do. Life science industry. It doesn't look like trade. That doesn't look like freight transportation to me. But anyway, more like a bio of some sort. But anyway, so this is to do with cryogenics. Yeah, maybe. Okay. But anyway, look at this one. I mean, this has got some room. CYRX, so if you're using our heart it, it'll go into your my liked symbol list, and then you can follow it tomorrow because that's a great break right there. And this has turned out to be just a horrendous exit when I was showing you guys how you can take a simulated trade, and we shorted SI at 1536. And I was just showing people how you can get out of trades. 1527 was when I exited that short. It is now $1.81 underneath that exit price. So obviously that would have been a horrendous exit. Remember, because this is a short. I mean, I don't think we're not going to be surprised. I don't think anyway, if this goes negative. This is after it being up. Almost $17. But I won't be surprised if this actually goes negative, SI. How did BTB end up doing? No, it did bounce. Holy smokes, that was a heck of a bounce. I know you said you weren't going to wanting to take this one, William, but what a bounce. On a percentage basis, it's probably the best one of the day from his scan. And the alert, well, that's the problem, of course. We had an alert at 680, 647, 622, 592, 561, and at the end, 536. And that's where it finally kind of bounced. That is the problem. Very, very difficult. If you're starting out trading, I would just forget about trying to time bounces or tops. I thought it was half a cent a share, Denver. Not 1 cent a share. I thought it was half a cent a share. This has changed in terms of the IB pricing. All right, guys. So it is 2:50 right now. So typically this is when I'll put myself on mute. So I am here. Any questions, please ask them. I'll hop right back on the mic, okay? This gives me an opportunity to catch up on some things but don't be shy. Ask questions if you have them. Okay, muting myself now, or I'll hop back on if I have something it could be interesting to say. Okay, Bill. Yeah, I'll show you what my 10-day daily breakout looks like. And you don't get very many. Now, this I'm sharing this one, of course. But where to find it? Okay, okay. If you go to my homepage, question was question was where is my 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. So if you go to my homepage, just put the link in there and then scroll down until you see the scan section. So here they are. So I have a don't repeat version of both of them and then the repeating version. So what that means, is the don't repeat version. This is easy to look at. So BTB, the very first alert was at 1:20. This is all times Eastern, and the alert was at 8:32. This is the repeating version. Every time it made a new low, okay, you had the alert, and unbelievable. I mean, look what it did. I mean, down to from 8:32 down to 5 before it bounced. So you can have it. I can just briefly show you what it looks like. And it's probably not like yours because I put a current volume of at least 8. That really restricts a lot of stocks coming in, but that's the way I want it. Okay. And then it's also got to be on the cheaper ones, you don't get a lot of them because the stock has to be down 40 cents from the open. So that's, it's a pretty, depending on the price of the stock, to move 40 cents might be, that can be restrictive. But I do this on purpose because I don't want to see a lot of stocks. Even here, this is probably one of the biggest days we've had for the 10-day daily breakout. I think there are 3, 6, 9 stocks here. There are days that sometimes, you'll only see 4 in one and 2 in the other. Why has everything been so flat today? I have not, well, it depends what program you're using. I mean, I don't think we haven't seen a lot of flat things in when you're looking at the trade ideas alerts. So I can't answer if you're talking about the broad market. I can't answer that. Let's look at the volume of the SPY as an example. Yeah, I mean, look, the SPY volume is way down, but personally, I don't really care about that. I mean, there's things that we find with trade ideas. Certainly, there's been a lot of action. We talked about AMC. We talked about this earlier. The fact that it was doing this, look at that 15-minute chart when things like GME and Best Buy did it, Bed Bath and Beyond, and some of the other meme stocks were just ripping. And I said, man, we better keep an eye on AMC. Maybe it'll start to catch up. And so finally, from 531, got up to what 617. Well, before it pulled back. I mean, that's a pretty big move. But anyway, I mean, I think with trade ideas, we can always find things that are moving. And I did not consider the market was flat today at all. Interesting day though, because the Dow was down quite a lot. NAS is up a little, so there is a disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth. Okay, guys, I'll put myself back on mute. Again, I'll hop back on if there's a question. You guys remember I was talking about data, DADA? Was sitting right here at that 348 mark. So is it in, what would it do? Well, it's popping a bit. I don't know how much further it's going to go, but there's about a 23-cent pop so far for data. The next high looking left is certainly far enough away, 1463. As always, I would take a look at KWeb to see what it is doing. KWeb is kind of flattened out, but it's not certainly not moving down. Back on mute. So I see that, yeah, the TCBP pop, TCBP pop. There's the VWAP, 497. Also, 5 and I think it's a very psychological number to get through. But you're right, there's a pop and little bit of volume. You can see the little bit of bit of volume compared to the previous 15-minute candles. But the main thing is, can it get through the VWAP and $5? I mean, if it can, I mean, the pre-market high was 653, so there is that. Yeah. So Chase, your question: what is a good strategy for a new beginner trader? I'm also having a hard time finding stocks with a decent relative volume. Well, we can answer the last question easily. I mean, we have a relative volume filter. So here's the thing: you have to find your own style of trading. Okay. So I can't tell you what a good strategy is for a new beginner. I mean, that's why we have a simulator. You can practice different styles of trading. If you listen to Michael Noss between 12 and 1 on Tuesdays, he probably would say, a trend-based trade is probably it kind of makes sense, a momentum trend-based trade. But as he says many, many times, you probably have more losers than winners, but the winners tend to run. Okay, and that might be hard for a new trader to stomach that. Only maybe 40% or 30% of your trades are working. But you're going to have a proper stop in place so that when the ones that lose, you're not losing much, but the ability to hold on and hang on to the ones that are moving. That's his style. Others will have pullbacks to a VWAP or to a moving average. And as he says, your winning percentage is probably better, but your risk reward may not be as good. So, there's no one answer. What is a good strategy for a new beginner trader? I would practice trading for 3 months, 6 months. We have a simulator here. I know it's probably what not you or other people want to hear, but you've got to practice. I would concentrate maybe on the large cap gainers from the open, which gives you 10 stocks to look at all day long. And you can start looking at different, potential setups, as opposed to, jumping around for, 100 different stocks a day. It gives you 10 different stocks to take a look at, and you can start setting up price alerts. But it's not easy. I would probably shy away from this one, the biggest gainers from the open, because while they're, fun when they're working, they're very volatile. This is not quite as volatile. I would probably take a look at the large cap gainers from the open. I don't know if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but you need our standard service, and you could probably take a look at this. This is a scan that I'm sharing, and it just generates this top 10 watch list for you every single day. And when you say you're finding hard time finding stocks with a decent relative volume, I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by decent? Because we have a relative volume filter. So for instance, I mean, you can set that filter anywhere you want. If you think that 3 or 4, in other words, it's trading pretty abnormally, you can try it, something like that. I mean, in this particular one, I've got a relative volume of 8. Not going to get too many alerts here. So you're really going to find stocks that are trading abnormally in something like this as an example. But you really have to develop your own style of trading. And I know it's difficult because you think, well, I don't know what my style is. That's why you can practice in a simulator. I mean, I'm more of a momentum trader, but I didn't know that when I started trading. I had no idea. But over time, what I like to see were stocks, near the high of the day and maybe breaking out, and then but always looking left to see, okay, it broke out, it's at a new high for the day, but how much more can it run? When I look at a daily chart, looking left, like where is that next high on the daily chart? Is it close to the current high? Because it's probably at the high of the day. If it's too close, I don't take the trade, as an example. But this is why the no TV, why this was obviously something that I looked at is because when you look left on the daily chart, the next high is 1538. You've got a stock sitting at $8. Next high is 1538. A lot of traders will look at that and say, "Wow, there's a big void, a gap, however you want to term it," and say, "Okay, this has a chance to keep going until it hits that next high." I'm never saying it's going to hit the next high. But what I like to do is make sure I take chart resistance out of the equation of one reason why a stock may not continue to keep moving. So if I were looking at this trade right now, this potential trade at 860, and I looked left and I saw the next high was say 9, it wouldn't be as, I probably wouldn't look at that and say, probably wouldn't like it so much. Okay. I'm not saying you're going to find, it has to be a $7 gap. But for me, it's got to be a big enough area that it could keep moving until it hits that next high. And then it's all about where you're going to put your stop. I mean, there's a lot to trading. Where are you going to put your stop? If the trade doesn't work, is not working for you, even though I take trades, and I think obviously I'm taking a trade because I think it's going to work, but they don't always work. So I have to have a price I'm getting out of the trade. And that's a huge part of it, knowing when to get out of a trade when it's not working and not being stubborn about, well, I think it's going to work. I like the setup. People are talking about it, had good news. You can convince yourself over and over why you shouldn't get out of a trade, even though it's not working. And that is what practice trading can help. Now, the other thing is that on my homepage, I'm talking to someone in a YouTube room. If you go to my homepage, click on that link and go to the education section, okay? There's an education section. Scroll down. You'll probably see this and just scroll down. Click here, education section. I think this has now been changed. If you keep scrolling down to back to basics, let me see if that's the, not sure this is, I thought he said he changed this. Well, even if you just look at this, okay? Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And this is a great primer for people brand new to trading. You know, introductions, what is a stock, exchanges, order flow, introduction to charts, all that. Spend the time and take a look at those videos. It's a free resource. There's no shortcut. Really, there is no shortcut. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, well, as far as relative volume is concerned, I mean, stocks with a relative volume 2 to 5, no problem. We have a relative volume filter. You have a min and a max when you look at it, okay? Here's the relative volume filter in action right here. We call it current volume, relative volume. So come on. So here it is. So if you want a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 5, you just put that in here as an example. All right, guys, I have a little meeting at 3:20, so I'm going to wind this up right now. And I will open the room tomorrow. A moment as I put the links in. So again, thanks for all the help, everybody. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Get on the mic at 9. Okay. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.